swear to God, I will hold you in my arms.
welcome to day 3, week 6 of the OPL. Hello everyone, I'm Jake Spawn Tiberian. Joining me on the desk for tonight's clash is Chiefs jungler Samuel Spooks Broadley. Wow, it's Spooks. And Atlas. Hi. You know what, let's just keep it simple tonight. Max Atlas Addison down the end of the desk. Spooks, want to come to you first. You know, your performance yesterday, it was quite strong for the Chiefs. How are you guys looking at the season so far?
Yeah, I feel like we're finally playing some League of Legends again. We were having a bit of a struggle for a while there, but I feel like we've got Cheese to adapt to our style of play, and we're playing the game a lot better than we were.
And on the flip side, Atlas, I guess we have to take a look at Legacy as well, who were also able to pick up a win. What did you make of their performance?
Legacy looked completely ridiculous yesterday. These guys looked like they had a hive mind. The communication was out of control. It did look a little bit like the Chiefs and Legacy were having this battle for who could win the most impressively. But Legacy definitely looked like an unstoppable force yesterday.
Yeah, they certainly did. And we've already given a couple of them away, guys. But let's take a look at the results of the week and what game we're going to have a look at tonight. On Monday night, it was Sin picking up the 2-win victory over Avantgarde. Chiefs and Legacy were both able to take down Hellions Infert and Infernum. Of course, that means that Legacy is still your OPL Legend title holders. And tonight, it is going to be the Trident taking on the Direwolves in what is kind of an interesting match now. But before I get into that, yesterday kind of turned into like Chiefs won a game. Legacy felt like they could win a game better. Break down what the top of the OPL looks like for me right now, Spooks.
Okay, so Chiefs play a structured game of League of Legends, and Legacy play, I would say, a more solo queue oriented style where they just want to fight everywhere. And they're very mechanically good at the game in every role, and they seem to outplay people. But I don't think their play style is that convincing. I think our play style, when we're at our best, is a lot more consistent.
So, just to go on record, because that was a lot of words there.
Yep.
Are you currently are the Chiefs better than Legacy at the moment?
Right now, we are better than Legacy at the moment.
All right, and Atlas, just want to get your thoughts there because you pulled a bit of a face.
Yeah, I don't agree. I'm sorry, Spooks.
Fair enough.
I feel like Legacy are looking a bit stronger at the moment. Carbon has never played this well in his entire career. The team, of course, look very, very cohesive as a whole. I feel like communication is far and away better than any other team in the OPL at the moment for Legacy. They look absolutely fantastic in that regard. Controlled aggression early on. They're playing with such confidence. And look, I don't know whether the longevity of this is going to be a factor just because confidence is something that can ebb and flow. But right now, I just don't see Legacy dropping a game.
And the strange thing is, guys, there's a third piece of this puzzle, and we get to see it tonight because let's jump into tonight's matchup. It is going to be Trident versus Direwolves. On the blue side of the rift, it will be Trident, Pac-Man, their top laner, Impaired, their jungler, Wizard, their new mid laner, Addition, their AD carry, and Jakey, their support. Of course, Trident were able to pick up their first victory with Wizard in the lineup. It was against Sin, and it was in pretty commanding fashion. But across the other side of the rift, it will be the Direwolves starting on the red side. It is Sharp in the top lane, Sybil, their jungler, Fantix, the perfect mid laner, Raze, their AD carry, and Kuden, their support. Of course, they managed to drop their first game all season. They had taken out the Chiefs, moved on to final boss Legacy, and fumbled it at the finish line. And that's where I want to start. That was a bad defeat to me. Game 1 was okay, but Game 2, things started to fall apart. What did you guys make of the Direwolves' loss against Legacy?
I'm going to jump in first up just because Direwolves... It was really heartbreaking to me because I actually looked at the Direwolves and I was thinking, Fantix is amazing. You mentioned, I mean, his name used to be Perfection. He was living up to that name. This is a team that was looking very, very strong. Game number 1 really handed it to Legacy. I'm like, we've got such a series on our hands. And then it just looked like the confidence was lost from the Direwolves. It looked like they just didn't quite have it. And the emotions of the team really got them down. And without that sort of structure, I worry for the team.
And what do you think, Spooks? Because your team was very vocal of 1, 2, 3 irrelevant. Like lots of you were saying it.
Yep.
Is Direwolves still a part of the 1, 2, 3, or is it 1, 2 irrelevant now?
No, Direwolves are still a part of the 1, 2, 3. I think right now they're a bit shaky. They weren't convincing, especially in the second game against Legacy. They put on a pretty decent showing in the first game, and they actually put themselves in a winning position. But it felt like they couldn't really execute the Lulu Lucian late game. I was actually watching Sharp specifically, and he was doing the Swiffer Lulu, where you just run at the front with your W and try to queue people instead of speeding his AD carry.
You've taught Cheese that one as well, I think.
No, oh my goodness. But yeah, I think Direwolves are still a top contender. They just need to find some form, and they'll be contender against us. And
all right, so let's jump into this matchup then, because we are going to have, I guess, Trident taking on Direwolves. It's kind of the opposite. One team picking up their first win, the other team off their first loss. And I guess we should start in the mid lane because Wizard, he's a new kid on the block. He's only played one matchup. He's going up against Fantix, who I know, Atlas, you have a lot of data that you're about to throw at people. How do you look at this matchup?
Well, it's actually really interesting because I do look at the mid lane a lot because, Wizard, of course, brand new, fresh out of solo queue, has played Gangplank and Corki, 2 champions that Fantix is very well respected on. But I'm looking at the jungle. I'm looking at Impaired right now. This is the guy that I really have in mind that could possibly do massive things here for Trident. The data that I do have in front of me is actually Impaired. In the last series against Sin, went 12-17, and in every game before that, he did a total of 8-21-23. This guy had a completely breakout performance with Wizard now in the lineup, and I really want to see Impaired step up and see whether he can actually work in conjunction with Wizard to take down, the massive boss of the mid lane that is Fantix.
And I know you have another opinion about, Sam, about how Direwolves play again around their mid and I guess jungler. They kind of shadow perfection all over the map. It gave you a little bit of trouble.
So they play this one style really well where they go 1-3-1, put perfection on an assassin. And they even got to a point when we were playing against them where Sybil would literally follow him in the lane, and then they would kill Swiper, and Swiper would just tilt off the face of the planet. But their style works when they execute it well, but I don't think they're very flexible outside of that style, but we'll see.
So is Impaired, I was going to call him Elliot, is Impaired good enough to make them change their style? I guess that's a big question going into this match.
Okay, I think Impaired, he's very good at a couple of champions. He's got a little bit of a champion puddle, where he plays Nidalee and Echo really well at the moment, and his other champions aren't as convincing. If he can get one of those champions, he can actually carry his team because he eats a lot of their resources up. But outside of that, I don't see them winning.
And what about Sybil's champion pool? Because he's looked very, very good on the Zac. He also has a great Elise. Is that a similar problem that's carried over to the Direwolves jungler?
Yeah, exactly, pretty much. Zac and Elise are his go-to champs. Outside of that, he hasn't convinced me on anything.
Oh, so we'll see whether it works out. The last area we kind of want to check out, guys, is the top lane. We spoke a lot about Pac-Man, the Kiwi in the top lane. He's had an up and down season. He's been playing a lot of different champions. Was a tank player, now going towards the Lissandra. What are we expecting out of Pac tonight, Atlas?
I'm actually really excited about watching Pac-Man here, especially because we moved over to 6.3, where we've seen Ramesses rolling around the Rift, all this sort of stuff. His Lissandra and Gangplank were fantastic in their first games. I love his mindset when he heads onto the Rift. And we've also mentioned the fact that Sharp hasn't necessarily looked all that strong at the moment. So I have a feeling this could be somewhere that Trident can really prove themselves, and Pac-Man especially.
Do you agree, Spooks? Is this top lane somewhere that Trident will look to exploit?
Yeah, the Pac meta, I think Nautilus in the top lane, if they can get him on a tank like Nautilus, they'll do well.
I certainly would like to see that happen. During the week, we did some predictions. I actually picked Trident to go 2-1 in this one. I was a little bit bold, and
Such a hipster.
I'm a little bit questioning about it, but I think they can manage to pull it off. Atlas, have you got my back, buddy? What are you predicting for tonight's matchup?
Well, everyone can see it. It's online. It's 2-0 Direwolves. I want to change my mind because I really like Trident. They've got a real soft spot in my heart. I love Pac-Man as well. I'm not going to plug his stream again, but I watched the guy. I really like his mindset and what he brings to the Trident team. But Direwolves, still, I can't write them off after one loss against Legacy.
Spooks, first time on the desk. Are you going to start off 100%? Who are you picking in this game?
I think Direwolves will 2-0. I just simply the mid lane matchup.
My man.
They have a chance of getting a game, but I think it's going to be 2-0 because Perfection's going to be too good.
Well, all I want to point out is I'm 100% so far this week, so don't listen to those guys. However, we do get a chance to find out. Here is Pastry Time and Rusty to take us onto the Rift.
Thank you, gentlemen. We're going to find out for at least our first games. We're going to get into Champs League relatively soon. My name is Pastry Time. Joining me, of course, is Rusty in our final OPM match of the week. It's sad to see the OPL end for another week, but we should get a nice last series here.
And what a way to get us out of it as well. Direwolves looking, let's say, a little bit shaky. There have been some flags raised on the desk of how they're going to go in this game. And also Wizard stepping up for Trident in the middle lane, who have got their first victory. It is a nice contrast to end the week on. Can they step up Trident, or will Direwolves take hold once again?
Yeah, and it's an exciting time, honestly, in that mid lane. We'll see what they pick, though, as it's all important. Champs like Trident over on the blue side for game 1, Direwolves over on the red, and Zac actually the first ban from Trident.
Yeah, take it from Sybil. Just don't let it be a thing. Honestly, Sybil, when he gets the Zac, can execute more effectively with the rest of the team. Actually set Fantix up. It was something that Spooks even mentioned. There's no better champion to gank wherever Fantix is than Zac.
Yeah, we've seen his Elise be successful for pretty similar reasons as well, so a lot of that makes sense. As Kalista banned next by Trident. That's away from Raze, of course. Nautilus banned, Echo banned, Direwolves actually targeting Impaired a bit, but do take Pac-Man's Nort in top as well.
Yeah, so target bans in particular, yes, the Echo away from Impaired and the Nautilus from Pac-Man. It was called the Pac meta. I will reiterate that fact because he is a Nautilus main. Can branch out now and play other champions, but always goes back to that Nautilus, can default to the super tanks that he knows and loves. So complete target bans here from Direwolves, which does mean there are a lot of champions available.
Yes, it does. Lysandra actually going to be banned as well, so a little bit more of a standard ban, but it doesn't get banned too often, which leaves Direwolves with probably one big question is, do you ban Lulu?
Or GP.
That's true.
Pac-Man's played it and funnily enough did super well on it.
And Cogmore.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to play against him either, so he is the last ban for Direwolves. Is going to leave up quite a number of strong champions.
Nidalee for Impaired. Even, I'm going to say Gragas to an extent. If we go by what Impaired plays at the moment, I think that the Gragas will fit into his champion pool quite nicely. Might expand his champion puddle into something a little bit bigger, like a mini pool or something now. Who knows?
Maybe, but Gangplank, of course, very powerful. Has to be taken here for Trident. It will be their first pick. We know Wizard can play it. We've seen it from Pac-Man. If you pick GP, you must be able to play it in both your solos, and Trident have proven they can.
Absolutely. So they've got diversity now with their drafting, especially for that first pick. They have given Direwolves relatively good second rotation of themselves. I mean, there's so many options available to them. They could go wherever they want. Lulu is the big standout that you mentioned before, because they can flex it themselves.
Yep, and Corki did receive a slight nerf in this patch, but definitely a champion that Fantix knows and plays. Raids, of course, a great Corki as well, so Lulu Corki will be the picks there.
Yeah, the double flex, 2.5 flex, I guess. The mid AD carry can flex, and then mid and top can flex with the Lulu. So entirely up to Direwolves where they would like to go with their next part of the rotation as well. Their second pick will be the top laner and support, potentially, or even just jungle and support, rather, so they can entirely flex their last pick.
Yep, have to make sure you draft not only the strong champions, but draft intelligently when you are on the red side with your flexes. Trident, though, also going to keep things relatively hit and hit. 30 seconds left, but can't imagine Nidalee Braum isn't the picks here.
Yeah, no, it should be the picks. If they go for the Nidalee jungle, which is expected given Impaired's proficiency on the champion, they'll need something in the support role that has crowd control. Braum gives crowd control to your team.
Yep, and there's Braum Nidalee, so the picks we expected do get locked in. Impaired only going to get denied one pick there with the Echo and not denied away from the Nidalee. Alistar, though, has fallen actually pretty far through the draft. Raze is going to highlight it now as a potential pick. Feels like, again, with the way this draft worked out, you kind of had to leave some of the more standard champions open.
If everybody's target banning, you do have to leave what is generally the first picked champion in the Alistar as an example, solely because, you have to go for the GP. Impaired has to go for the Nidalee if it's available. Lulu Corki, the exact same deal. So Direwolves, their second rotation. This is a really strong team comp already capable to be locked in by them.
Yeah, and just everything really that you could want. Plenty of flex picks for that last red side pick as well. Haven't locked him in yet, but Rek'Sai Alistar looks good for Direwolves. You said it already. Pick jungle, pick support. Leave the last pick open.
Absolutely what they should be going towards. Sybil, not having that Zac available to him, wants something that has control.
Yep, so not going to go too crazy on the Elise. Is going to take Rek'Sai instead. Kuden will stick with the Alistar. Has played a number of games on it already here in the OPL. That leaves Trident now with 2 picks to go. And how do they complete this team comp? They need a mid laner, a top laner, and an AD carry, but they can only pick 2 of them.
But they already have the Braum and the Nidalee in place. So the question being, how do they round this out? Well, the AD carry they pick, I actually like the hover of Caitlyn here at the moment. Complements the team quite nicely because their siege composition would be quite scary. You can't get onto the Caitlyn with a Braum in front of it. Nidalee's going to keep the Caitlyn sustained. And this is one of the other reasons why Alistar is not the highest priority at the moment, is because you can go champions like Janna, like Braum, to actually still achieve the same purpose.
Yep, so definitely Alistar, perhaps dropping a bit as Jakey's having some fun with different support hovers. Addition maybe settling on the Caitlyn. And what does, I think, Wizard want to play? I mean, I don't know where they're going. That's a Katarina hover. Well, Poppy Caitlyn. So he's going to be mid lane GP.
Yeah, which does, of course, mean it is the top lane Poppy. And honestly, I really like this pick for the team. Poppy's still one of the few other champions that can be an offensive tank, so still basically a fighter that can still go for the ZZ Rock Portal build if need be, and have the split pushing utility there. Poppy is just so innately strong at a base level that you're capable of building whatever you need.
What a world we live in. Where's the Rock Portal is a competitive item, but we did see a bit of it last night. Lots of fun there. Some of those tanky champions. I like what Pac-Man's bringing to the table. Kind of suits the players a little bit more as a Wizard, known for more of the solo queue assassin-style playstyle. Who take the hard carry in GP, give the more tanky champions Pac-Man in the top lane as Direwolves do need to finish their team comp, but it does seem like they're going to pick a AD carry with Fantix taking Corki again. kind of makes sense. He seems to be the Corgi player. Sharp seems to play Lulu, so Ray's going to need something here.
Yeah, absolutely. And Raze is much more of the mobility-based hyper carry player. So loves the Ezreals, loves the Lucians, things that can get him around fights where, to be fair, they're running a Lulu composition this time around. It still isn't Raze as an identity with a player. He is aggressive.
Yep.
Putting him on something like Jinx runs a risk of backfiring. So this is a safe option.
Yep, going to take Lucian there instead. And you heard it from Spooks, actually. Lulu Lucian, they had the position in Game 1 against Legacy and couldn't quite execute. They're going to take, honestly, effectively the same comp that they took against Legacy in that last game. We'll see if they can maybe sharpen the execution a bit.
Yeah, the question is always execution. That's the big thing you look towards with Direwolves. They love the 1-3-1. They've got the utility behind a 1 and 4, but Fantix being on Corki kind of makes that 1-3-1 a lot more difficult to execute on. They want to have Fantix grouped with the team for his siege and his poke, but then it's a Lulu composition as well. So the later the game goes, the more you want Lulu there to actually bolster your team's strengths.
Yep.
And it's almost like I watch Direwolves right now in this game from drafting alone. It's going to be like a rotisserie of split pushes where we don't actually know who'll be doing it besides what is necessary at the time, whether X player needs farm if it's Raze or Perfection or Sharp.
Well, they're very farm hungry as well, so the Dials tend to get their plays into good positions to pick up that farm. But to be honest, with all those target bans, really good drafts for both sides here. I feel like both teams got exactly what they wanted.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's weird to say that considering there was 3 target bans apiece on both of these teams from their ban list. Still getting strong champions. And that's the real curious thing here, is that if you target ban, you're leaving open what is defined as the OP champions to be freely picked.
Well, these are our team comps here for game number 1. Don't forget your hashtag Zo, hashtag TRI win for Trident, or hashtag DW win for the Dials. And of course, hashtag I am OPL for all your general OPL needs. It is sad that we're getting to the end of the OPL week, but Super Week is just around the corner after this day is done. Both these teams are going to want to look to find some form moving in, so it's important to end the week strong. This is the start for these two teams.
Absolutely, and Trident, they're on the way up, needing to find more victories as soon as possible, especially coming into the Super Week if you're a Trident, because that's your best way to get up into the top 4.
Certainly is. So we'll see what happens here in our last best of 3 of the week. Trident taking to the Rift up against Direwolves here for game 1. Strong drafts on both sides. Wizard back in the lineup for a second game. We saw his GP last week. We were impressed. But a difficult lane opponent here in Fantix, and he's on a very powerful champion in Corki.
See, that's a good point you bring up, but also a very curious thing, because is he really a good laner when he's the kind of player that comes online at 20 minutes? Or is he just a good farmer instead of good laner? That's the really conflicting opinion that a lot of people have on Perfection, or now known as Fantix. On the flip side, though, if we look at junglers and compare, it feels like Impaired is the farm-heavy jungler, and we need to see if he can step up on this Nidalee and gank, compared to Sybil, who is defined as the gank-heavy jungler that tries to keep Fantix farming.
Yep, and maybe can keep track of Impaired here as well. Both junglers going to have to play superbly to keep these lanes all in line. And Raze is actually in towards the top side of the map right now. I don't remember the last time I've seen them with this lineup go for it, but it looks like we have a Dials lane swap. As we do have a tweet there. I think the desk underrated Sybil is a solid champion pool in my opinion. He has more flexibility than most junglers. That's from Coach Jish. Out from the Chiefs, so
yeah, I think this really
words.
highlights it as well, though, the fact that he's playing Rek'Sai, because he's known as the Elise Zac player.
Yep.
They ban Zac, doesn't even pick Elise, goes towards the Rek'Sai. I think he's got a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Twice in 2 days this has happened.
Ah, good stuff. Kuden. Being very annoying. Even going to eat some traps here as well. And Impaired's like, this sucks. My whole jungle is ruined.
It'd be very surprising if Trident actually stayed and even did these, because we watched this yesterday. The Alistars generally hang around.
Yeah, Kuden's coming back. Impaired still able to clear relatively quickly, but doesn't have nearly as many ways to hunt these creeps. Does actually smite it at the end. Does spot Kuden, but that was almost an emergency smite there.
Sort of an emergency smite. I think the better thing about that is you're denying any wolf smites for Direwolves if they were to be going over and 4v0ing the towers. Of course, Direwolves, they're taking their time doing a full clear. They know they've got an advantage now for timing to crash onto these turrets, so they're at a point of power, and yeah, that's a smite wasted for Impaired, but at least they're double jungle.
Yeah, at least he didn't get his camp stolen, which would have been a disaster. So Impaired does hold on to that for now. Pac-Man will continue to double jungle, but he mentioned it already, he's more of the farm-style jungler. He's not going to be happy that his early farm has been disrupted.
No, not going to be happy at all. Yet, the way to win this game for Trident is through Impaired, no doubt. So he doesn't want to be farming the entire time. He does realistically want to be ganking.
Yep, and you can see blue still up. There's actually a pink ward on it from Trident, so good teamwork there.
Yeah, Trident have mixed this up, though. they've actually sent their bottom lane to top, and which means Impaired has to rotate because they could get zoned away from the turret.
Yeah, this is very dangerous. Kuden, though, tagged by the Braum passive. He's going to go in, gets a great double pulve there onto Addition and Jakey, but Impaired is here. Kuden, he's going to be the target. Exhaust is down. He has to pop the heal there as well. Addition getting low, and Pac-Man's up here as well. Impaired going to try and take it out. He will get first blood, but Sybil is going to try and get the trade. He pounces back over Sybil. Will follow Flash to get it as Lucian has actually fallen down to as well to Braum. Sharp now could be in a bit of bother as Pac-Man's going to get him with a stun. Braum level 1, so good as Pac-Man gets the 3rd kill.
And what a unique strategy here from Trident in particular. About to find Sybil.
Whoa, Pac-Man still putting on the hurt here with the Poppy. Great W there to deny the tunnel, but I don't know if we can chase anymore.
No, not going to be able to chase further, but they completely deny and stop the lane swap from happening. No tower trades to be seen. Impaired immediately rotating, and they pick on Kuden, which you could say is a mistake because he's used his entire kit instead of going for the Lulu, but they do make it work. Sybil has to use the tunnel and draw his attention and actually flash in to secure Impaired at all, which gives Pac-Man enough time to go completely unnoticed, essentially, and just chip away at their health bars. The unfortunate thing is that it's a 0-0-3 Caitlyn. Didn't get a kill.
Yep, let's have a look. Actually take stock of what happened there. 4 kills already, 4.5 minutes into the game, with a very nice defend there from Trident. They will go up 3 kills to 1 here in this one, but 1-0-1 for Pac-Man. He got a kill and an assist, a kill for Impaired, and a kill for Braum, like you mentioned. Poor Addition with no kills.
Yeah, the unlucky Caitlyn, but he's still in a reasonable position. Missing out on a fair chunk of farm at the moment, though, as he has to walk back with the pickaxe. But once he gets to that lane, you would have to wager the advantage is theirs. And most importantly, and it seems like it was in their playbook, they denied the lane swap.
Yeah, the way they defended that was really nice as Wizard does get a last hit under tower there with Trial by Fire, but Fantix continuing to apply much more aggressive lane control here. He's 10 CS up already with the mid lane isolated for the early part of the game. He's done a great job really hammering Gangplank early.
And it's a notably isolated mid lane. It's not a lack of vision. It is actually them fighting as a 4-on-4. So doesn't have to assume anyone could be nearby. Has complete freedom to push in this middle lane. And being a Corki against the GP, I would hope Fantix finds a lead this high.
You can see Wizard have to use the oranges there. Fantix continuing to apply pressure. We saw Impaired and Sybil, though, having a clash over that right side. Scuttlecrab did go to Impaired. You can see the farm lead right now, 10 up for Impaired as well, to really using the power farming of the Nidalee to great effect.
Yeah, absolutely is. And finding himself a small lead as well, which is quite important this early in the game.
Now Impaired's on bottom side, actually in onto Sharp. Sharp could be in the spot to bother. GP ulti's going to go in. The spear will miss, but it's not going to matter. Impaired, his 2nd kill of the game.
Yeah, just didn't even bother throwing the spear, which was, you could say, a mistake given that Sharp didn't have his flash, perhaps not communicated to the rest of Trident. Most importantly, Wizard hitting level 6, having that ultimate placed, and Poppy being able to set up damage into the Gangplank ultimate instead of towards the turret is what gives them an easy pickup.
Yep, able to contribute nicely here as Pac-Man moves that wave into turret. Top lane, though, we have a 2v3 going on. Raze trying to go in for Addition, but Addition's trying to kite it out. He's been abandoned, though. Sybil's going to claim his life.
Yeah, of course. The 2v2 was still favoring Trident, so Sybil, utilizing what we know best about him is his ability to gank, makes his way in. And Trident, I don't know what Jake's plan is here. I don't think he would have one. He wants to freeze the wave and hope the Direwolves recall instead of letting it crash.
Oh, you can see Raze. Oh, he's actually going to check it. Now Jakey going to go in for it. Needs one more hit, maybe. Maybe a little bit more damage. The minions sort of getting in the way, but Raze having trouble. Kuden going to try and save him. He pops the heal, and that's a flash out from Jakey. Raze now going to get the shots down. Good block there on the Q there from Kuden.
GP's here.
As Wizard is up here as well. Jakey is going to look for it, but Kuden is going to knock him up. No mana now for the Alistar as Impaired's up as well. Raze getting so low, but a great Umbaro there denies Impaired. Wizard, though, flash Q and takes him out.
Wizard has the Sheen, so confident in his damage output, makes his way up and honestly rotates super quickly to get there. No way for Fantix to respond, of course, not having a teleport himself. Fantix runs into a spot of bother. And wow, Trident, this is a whole new side.
Well, I have to agree with the tweet there. I think Wizard will be able to work some magic for Trident. Certainly working so far in the early game, as Impaired seems to have unlocked the rest of his team. Great defense of the team early on the top side. That's playing to the tune of about 1,000 gold up, with Impaired still playing nice and aggressive into Sybil's jungle.
I feel like it's safe to say at 8 minutes into this game, Pastry Time, that if ever there was a game Trident should win, or at least be, let's say, in the best position to win, it's going to be this one right now, because Impaired's on his best champion. He's 2-1. Pac-Man is 1-0-2, comfortably farming and working towards his items in the Lulu lane. And they've got a Braum to back up this Caitlyn, who, even when he runs into the mid-game weak spot, still going to have a gangplank to bridge it.
Well, I have to agree with you. It's a great start for Trident, but we pop back into the mid lane, and Fantix is just doing very mean things here to Wizard. He's 30 CS up in this lane right now. And you know this man knows his way around gangplank. He denied 2 different cake parlays.
Yeah, having a really rough time here. Wizard and... I mean, the big thing is just ranged against melee, and Wizard has to choose between farming or harassing Fantix.
Oh, okay, going to help out on the harassment side at least. Fantix is like, I don't want any of this.
He's just so good on Nidalee. Every single time we've seen him throw a spear, generally it's just on target. They haven't been able to react or dodge. Fantix gets traded on by a random jungle appearance, I guess for lack of a better description.
Top side now, the addition actually going to get the attacks in. Will stun up Kudin for a bit of damage, but Alistar's heal should be okay. Jakey still hiding in that brush that he tried to make a play from earlier. As Sybil in that bottom side has spotted Impaired. Impaired's going to know now, and Sharp able to play nice and safe as a result, but Pac-Man doing nicely here in the lane, able to keep it pushed up, keep the pressure on, and most importantly, keep ahead in CS, ever so slightly.
And that was a fairly abundantly obvious thing, let's say. Sybil throwing out the Prey Seeker is saying, I don't want a 2v2. It's a Poppy and Nidalee, and they're both pretty big. So I'm just going to throw out the Q and let you know that I know you're there.
And we talked about it before. Rek'Sai wants to keep tabs on the enemy jungler. Sybil has not been able to contain Impaired just yet. With those 2 kills already. Does look for mid lane though. Fantix not interested. Impaired here going to actually heal Wizard, so playing almost, you know, support Nidalee. Moving into the lane, getting some poke down, get some heals in. And now going to give the blue buff over. A very generous jungler.
He is kind, but he is fair. Of course, Impaired doesn't necessarily need to take anything else himself and is able to spend some time helping his lanes. That is the big concern here, is making sure that he's not the only one that is actually rolling in this game in the positive direction.
Let's see Sybil now looking for top lane pressure. Impaired though shadowing him very nicely. And actually maybe going to start something here. Kudin though going to find Impaired. Knockup will land. Impaired though on the safe side towards his teammates, and that will defuse quite quickly.
Yeah, I don't even think Impaired spotted Sybil based off that really weird positioning between the two. They clashed, but it's only momentary. Nothing really to gain from it, honestly. And we are at a point now, Direwolves in particular, they just want the Trinity Force onto Fantix. Wizard wants the same thing, but because of the CS discrepancy, could be a little bit delayed.
Yeah, again, Fantix continuing to climb up here as he actually could go for the package. Sybil is going to move in for it. Wizard actually going to get knocked up there. Damage is good from the Corki. Looks to be enough. Fantix flashes for it. He will get it. But Pac-Man's down here straight onto Sybil, and Impaired gets his 3rd kill of the game.
And Pac-Man, again, these teleports and just plays around the map from Trident. Feels like I'm watching a brand new side play League of Legends. Where has this been for the first 5 weeks? They managed to make trades from proactivity on the Direwolves by reactive play across the map.
And it's been great to watch here. Have to agree that Pac-Man's been on point in the early stages of this game as Sharp struggling to keep up a tad here in the lane. His CS is fine, but Pac-Man leaving the lane constantly applying pressure where he needs to. Is Impaired busy stealing jungle as always.
Yeah, so Fantix knows that he's got Sybil coming on the flip side, so he works his way in. Eating oranges, I will say, at the perfect moment, and Impaired healing him. Keeps him alive for long enough that Fantix has to flash to get the kill, and then has to get the heck out of there. But leaves his ally for dead because of it.
Yeah, and that could actually mean that perhaps a visit to the mid lane is in order. Fantix has been really putting the screws in here in mid lane. He's so far ahead as we have another tweet. I think Trident Impaired getting so ahead in his Nidalee could carry Trident this game. At Brawler OCE, I would agree with you.
Absolutely correct. Spook said it on the desk himself. There's 2 champions that Impaired really can effectively play, and this is one of them. And what a start here for a Trident.
See Wizard is he throwing things out there. Pac-Man now looking for a dive. Impaired
He's
here
got
with
him.
Sharp is going to move in as well. The spear will miss though, but they might just keep going for it. No ulti for Sharp. That's an easy kill.
Definitely is, and it's almost like clockwork right now. We're watching very standard rotating around the map, but this is a 4-1 Nidalee. And they don't need kills on Pac-Man. They do want them on Impaired. because Pac-Man's always going to be relevant.
Yep, farm across the board looking good here as well. Wizards deficit be damned as Impaired and Pac-Man are going to give the team some global gold to be able to take down this bottom outer turret. Their first turret of the game will equalize the turret score with Direwolves, but most importantly, keep that gold lead afloat for Trident. They'll be ahead. It's a pretty slim lead, but it's a lead nonetheless. And like you said already, Rusty, it's the best possible start here for Trident coming into the series.
Absolutely, and as you said, the only real issue is in that middle lane. The CS lead is growing, and it's a Trinity Force completed.
It says no,
Spears
though.
on.
Fantix's trouble. Fantix is going to get dive on. He has no flash, remember. He's going to try and turn things around. Does pop the heal, but Wizard's going to chase him. Pad. Look at how he's got down, but Fantix just does too much damage. Wizard, though, will get the gold.
Sharp has found his way in, though. Oh, never mind.
Caked.
Of course, Gangplank is Gangplank. Walks it out. That is an amazing positive trade, though, for Direwolves, considering the amount of effort that was utilized into just getting Fantix down. Means the Direwolves with the teleport can still get something from this. You would imagine Sharp, after getting the Herald, goes towards that top lane and just tries to push it out and reset for the team. Then again, Trident are pressuring mid.
Yep, so Sybil actually going to grab the buff and perhaps head Mig with it. Jakey off to the side looking for something.
Kuden has a flank of this as well. If Direwolves want to fight, he's there.
There's Kuden, and now Trident. Good flash there from Addition. Pac-Man going to get knocked up. Jakey, though, as well as Sharp. Lucky to not get tagged by the Winter's Bite. Ulti there onto Kuden just for a bit of poke. Pac-Man zoning as he pops the W up. Looks like Wizard with the Trinity Force and the CDR boots is going to go bottom lane now. Try and clear out Raze, who's been farming up nicely, but Addition committing to the siege. He's got that Infinity Edge.
It was a good flash from Addition, but potentially a flash that shouldn't have had to happen at all. They didn't have proper warding around the middle lane, and Kuden was not spotted until it was almost too late.
See Fantix and Kuden going to clear that mid lane out, though. Trinity Force done, Sorkshoe's done. Fantix with full mana and 50 CS ahead of Wizard. About to get a blue buff. It's going to be pretty tough to siege that one. So Impaired is going to go ahead and solo the Dragon. Does take it out for his team. Is actually going to go for the Invader. Wizard wants it. Did not. I think he did get the blue, but could be more trouble here as Kuden is going to have to pop that ultimate. Spear is wide. But Direwolves getting invaded on now.
Yeah, Direwolves, the pressure is there for them at the moment. This middle lane is the one that Trident want to fall. So by keeping them in the jungle, it gives enough time for Addition to work his magic and start pushing around. And speaking of magic, Wizard being able to split push at the moment is actually a blessing for Trident because they can hide their weaker member until he gets his farm. And then once he gets his items, which is probably just a BF sword from here.
Oh, Impaired trying to potential juke there, but I'm going to move in for it. Great mechanics there from Wizard. Raze even flashed and got hit by the keg.
Wow. Wizard has effectively shown his capabilities on Gangplank. Of course, we've seen it from him last week, so fantastic to see them continuing, especially against what is a mechanical AD carrying Raze. And Impaired, even with the spears not hitting, the damage that he is doing is still noteworthy.
Yeah.
Again, we're talking about a fantastic start here for Trident.
Certainly are. You can see the gold lead looking a little bit better. 2,000 gold up now for Trident. 16 minutes in, or Impaired is going to sweep in to clear the mid lane. Wizard did use the ultimate to make sure it cleared out, but Runic Echo is completed. Rod of Ages done now as well at 16 minutes. That's a decent mid lane timing on the item. Probably about the latest you can get it in that particular lane. So with the enchantment to boot, Impaired looking great with those 4 kills.
That's actually a disgustingly fed Nidalee. No Nidalee jungle should ever have a 16-minute Rod of Ages. And that just means that every minute from here on out, Impaired gets stronger even without further item buys. Can afford to go for vision, work around the map more effectively and get the team rolling from just how far ahead Impaired is.
And I like this choice. As a result, they actually gave him the blue buff. They're on into Kuden now. He's going to get stunned up. Jakey going to move back in for it. Kuden needs to pop the ult. He didn't have it, and Impaired takes him out.
No way in the world. Look at the damage that Impaired is doing. This is, again, now it's a 5-2 Nidalee. There's rule number 1 of playing against Trident was ban the heck out of Impaired because he is coined as the strongest member on this team time and again. And this is what happens when you let him go.
Well, it's 2v1 right now. Does get turned into a snowman, I think, but is going to hop over. Sybil able to move in as Fantix looking for the package, but forced to Valkyrie out of the way as Pac-Man hooks in onto Sharp. The ulti's not there. He does ulti the Lulu, but no one there able to follow in. Everyone's going to get away safely.
They've also got Wizard split pushing in this bottom lane whilst Addition is working his magic in the middle lane. So they're running a 3-1-1 at the moment, but that 3 is actually just a roam party of jungle pressure to try and keep their eyes on Sybil, and this is giving the weaker member of Trident that farm time. He's got his BF sword, so he can kill minions now with the keg combos, and he's one level off being at his max possible strength on this gangplank.
Yep. Max kegs, max Q. Looking good there for Wizard at level 12. Pac-Man working on a turret in top lane will get it. And strong rotational play there from Trident. Once again, everyone stepping up to the plate individually, but it's the team play that's looked impressive in these first 20 minutes or so. 3-1 now up in turrets for Trident. They have the first dragon as well. And even Wizard, who was certainly starting down in the lane up against Fantix, looking quite a bit better here in this one. The gold lead's starting to grow a little bit more now. It's about 4,000 gold up for Trident.
Yeah, and 4,000 is actually quite a large margin at 18 minutes in this game. It's one of the few things that we very rarely see is how can Trident play from a lead this extensive against what is a side, Direwolves in particular. They're known for their ability to stay in games. Chiefs have a hard time closing out against them. They're resilient and they're tough.
Certainly are. That 50-minute game against Legacy, I think, shows that. But we'll have to see what happens as we move further into this game. You know, the Direwolves aren't out of it yet, but Impaired just putting down vision with the Tracker's Knife wards, going to clear out this pink as well. Wizard continuing to be annoying, does have his teleport and the ultimate backup as well. Pac-Man also has his TP ready for the Dials. Will take what they can. Looks like the Rift Herald's about the only buff they'll get anytime soon. And
this is that weird rotisserie stage that we mentioned in Champion Select. They've got Lucian split pushing against the Gangplank because they want to have Perfection, or Fantix rather, mid lane, and they kind of need Sharp to be there to keep them alive. Sharp's in trouble.
Yeah, he certainly is. Addition's going to move in for it. Does flash out after using the wild growth, but Pac-Man's going to keep moving. Jakey does tag Kuden. The Gangplank ulti might actually complete this. Kuden, little low there, does pop the ulti on the end, but he's already so low. Pac-Man going to CC him down. Addition's going to take him out and Impaired. He's going to look to take out Raze. Wizard flashes for another Q kill.
And they get kills across the board here, Trident. Looking so strong in this game at the moment. Growing that gold lead even further. This is just comprehensive, honestly, from Trident so far.
Tower dive, 2 turrets to take out Raze, who had 2 items on the Lucian. Certainly looking good there for him, but unfortunate with a nicely executed dive there for Trident. And Impaired is continuing to monster through the jungle and take whatever he can get. Poor Raze. I don't think he stood a chance.
He is absolutely zoned at the moment. He did well to kill that first keg, but the second a spear connects. Look at the damage that Impaired does. Wizard honestly just came in to ensure the last hit. That was 2 spears in a row from Impaired and a full combo.
Yeah, going to steal the blue buff here as well. Fantix will be denied his buff. Impaired, so annoying on this Needly, but so strong as well.
Yeah.
Cooldown boots already. It looks like Abyssal Scepter is going to be the next item. If you thought the spears hurt now, Dial's carries looking a little vulnerable.
Well, that's the scary thing, though, that he can go magic resistance with the next part of his build. And Fantix and Sharp do magic
Well, you can see Danny in here from the Hellions who will weigh in. We banned Needly 3 games in a row because of this. Hashtag I am OPL.
No, I feel like it's just one of the unwritten rules of Trident.
Yeah.
I haven't mentioned it. It's like, just don't give him Nidalee. Echo's the other big one, which we haven't seen much of, but the one time we did, he really showed us why people ban it.
Yep.
And Impaired's also the jungler that we've said keep your eyes on, because he is incredibly strong.
He certainly is, and it's looking great here in this game. To give the rest of his team credit, though, they have been playing well around him. But it's nice to see the jungle carry player starting to do just a bit more carrying here. As Trident do have 2 Infinity Edges now. So GP and Caitlyn looking nice and healthy. Runan's on the way for addition. In fact, I think he has enough for it now as he's going to go back. And certainly does. 2-item Caitlyn ready to go.
Yeah, that is big, though. The 2-item Caitlyn bridging the gaps, working towards 2.5 items maybe where Caitlyn starts to truly come back online. But by having that Runan's, damage is there, wave clear's there, and comfortable addition will now be if he stops flashing randomly.
Well, it is Kuden that calls that last flash. He's been trying to get around and make some plays, but it feels like Direwolves, who just have to take a breath, farm up for a little while longer. They are about 5,000 gold behind now, Trident continuing to grow their lead. We know the Direwolves farm lanes efficiently. It's one of their strengths as a team, and they play well together once they get to those item timings. But it's going to be a little while here in this one, and Trident have shown they can put on the correct pressure.
Yeah, item timing is a big deal at the moment because just take stock of Impaired's items compared to his opposition. As
good burst off, gets assassinated there. Nice stun again from Pac-Man. Impaired draws 3 people in. Pac-Man swoops in for the 2v3.
Absolutely. It's just, it almost is a rinse and repeat style here for Trident. They're running these really weird lane compositions because Direwolves are running even weirder compositions in their lanes, and this comes down to this unusual team composition of having Corki and Lulu, but having the Lulu as the top laner and Corki mid. means their AD carry kind of has to split, but it's Illusion who can get bullied out by numbers advantages. So Trident responding by putting 2 people bottom gives them another objective and grows their gold lead to something ridiculous.
Yeah, and they're playing really well with the double teleport here. That global presence from Gangplank has been doing wonders here. And Wizard still pretty far behind in CS, but he's played catch up. And of course, getting out of that 1v1 lane against Fantix, they help him with this. Good dive. Gonna look for Pac-Man. Pac-Man that pops up the W when Impaired's gonna solo Fantix off the side, or at least try to. Jakey will peel off for it as the spear goes wide, but a big poppy ulti there in the middle of it all. Direwolves though still fighting back. Fantix has to be careful. Pac-Man though gonna go back in onto Sybil. Impaired almost goes down, but Pac-Man's gonna take out Sybil. Fantix gets 1v2 outplayed there as Wizard's gonna ravage through the rest of the carries. Addition does fall down. Jakey will go down to the culling. Raze
is
hungry
on.
for blood. That's going to force the flash.
And Direwolves actually come out even and close to acing Trident in that fight. Turnaround from Direwolves. They recognize even though they're behind, they find their ways into these fights. And if Impaired didn't completely and only barely outplay Perfection, that could have been an entirely different story altogether. Because that Corki was super close to killing the Nidalee, and I'd love to see a replay of that exchange.
Yeah, had the right idea, certainly Impaired. You are going to see it.
Yeah, exactly. So Fantix gets the package, and the Gangplank ultimate was so good that it forced him to Valkyrie away. Jake jumps in as like a desperation thing, and just keep in mind the rest of Trident are doing their best to survive. This is a massive brawl in the top lane, but they're so close to killing each other time and again. Spears connect, and that is the big difference. But Raze was the talking point of this fight, actually still able to put out all of his damage.
And that's always the scariest thing, I feel like, when you play Direwolves. They've got so many carries in so many different positions, and they get their gold very well. We joke about it almost at the 20-25 minute team for Direwolves. Look at that, just under 25 minutes, Direwolves find a team fight they like.
And that's the really impressive thing about Direwolves. If they can team fight by splitting the fights apart, make it maybe 2 separate skirmishes, they actually are in quite a point of power. So every time Fantix gets his package, if he can break the fight in half, or if Kuden can threaten and engage and force them in half, just kind of part the team, Trident do run a risk of dying. And that's essentially what happened in that fight, because 2 people went all in on killing Fantix. The rest of them were actually just fighting all of Direwolves instead. And it wasn't a cohesive team fight. And it was almost Direwolves getting back in.
Yeah, I have to say Trident did do well on the other side as well, but Direwolves certainly looking strong there despite the gold deficit. Still in a pretty big hole though, climbing out of about 6,000 or 7,000 gold down, but if they can pull that off, maybe Trident have to be a little more careful around the fights that they pick here. Dragon though will be back up in a minute 30. Impaired's done an excellent job of buff control this entire game long. Just trying to throw spears onto Fantix to be a bit of a nuisance. But the blue is warded. Kuden going to eat a spear.
Thankfully, Kuden doesn't take much damage as Fantix does secure that blue buff for himself.
It was very well timed by Direwolves to give Fantix the blue.
Was indeed.
But he will collect it. He's got 2 items. Corki scales exceptionally well with items as Wizard's getting chased down by Sharp right now.
Sharp's not going to stop.
Ooh, he's going to get crit in the head. Impaired.
He's
Maybe
gonna
he
stop
stops
now.
Tibble here though.
He better.
Head goes down and Sharp's like, yeah, nah.
Yeah, I think that sums up what he was thinking. Nice. I can do this. Oh, nah, can't. Impaired's here.
Leave it for another day,
Appreciate
perhaps.
it.
Jakey and Sybil. Trouble here for Sybil as he's going to get stunned by concussive blows. Kuden, though, going to look for the re-engages. Wizard set up a nice little trap here. Kuden, he's going to have to pop the ulti, but there's 3 members of Trident right on top of him. Fantix, though, is going to try and zone them away. Kuden's ulti wears off just the right time. Fantix is going to get eaten up by that Braum ulti, but Sybil tunnels up to safety. Kuden looks to be the only casualty.
And it's, weirdly enough, I'm going to say yes, Impaired's been playing well, but Pac-Man has been doing well on Poppy, and Jake has been doing well on this Braum.
That's keen Impaired.
Yeah, I was going to say that's super aggressive, but like the reason this is such a big deal for Trident is they've got a team composition that is unlocking Impaired on this Nidalee to actually carry and play his part to the greatest possible extent, which is what is making Trident look so effective, or even making Impaired shine the brightest. Still the team built around him. He wouldn't have these kills if there was no Braum passive or if there was no Poppy slamming them into the wall.
Yeah, and again, it's definitely been a team effort here for Trident to get the lead they have gotten. Addition going to pick up the Dragon as that's number 3 there for Trident in a pretty quick pace as well. Looks like Addition's going to go back. He might have 3 items done now, or at least be close to. It looks like Bloodthirster is going to be the next one for him. Pac-Man has also silently been farming up a Storm. 206, 226 CS ahead of Sharp by about 30. And 2.5 tank items plus the gauntlet with Swifties. Pac-Man's a beast right now.
Pac-Man's definitely a monster. Pretty much all of Trident are monsters, though, to be fair. Having 3 items near a piece except for Edition. Probably the only one on their team at the moment. You do have to bring this back, though, once Fantix finishes his 3rd item. It's a dangerous Corki. In fact, it's still dangerous. And 310 CS at 28 minutes. He is no slouch.
No. Never sleeps, those Fantix, especially when there's farm to take. Part of the reason he's got such ridiculous CS stats in the league.
It was the highest at 10 second at 20.
Yep. That's for players, by the way, not mid laners. As Trident, you can see, have actually built up a massive gold lead. Have to say they've been doing work around the map. Wizard and Pac-Man with those triple globals almost, double TP plus GP ulti. They've done a great job of just confining Dials to their half of the rift. And they're about up 9,000 gold, which is no small feat.
If I didn't play League of Legends or know what Nidalee did, and you told me that he had a global, I would believe you right now.
Yep.
That's just how it's felt. Because Impaired has been absolutely everywhere. So is the GP ultimate setting them up. Oh, Fantix.
It's a poke. Jakey, whoa! Bit out of position. Does get 3 in the ulti,
GP ult, though.
But that is going to kill him. GP ulti maybe can have this turnaround. Fantix eats a spear. And Impaired's going to go for the kill. Fantix, though, massive damage as Impaired is going to fall on the backside to the Culling Raid. He's going to get the shutdown, but Pac-Man's maybe going to get one of his own. Ulti up. Good flush throw from Raze to get out from under it.
Sharp's in trouble.
Is the next one in trouble. Wizard going to lay down the keg. Sharp can't really run. Doesn't connect those properly, though. And Wizard may not get another kill here.
Wizard doesn't get the barrels to align and does not pick up the kill as such onto Sharp. So Trident, they actually lose 3 members and Direwolves only losing 2 is a trade in the positive way for Direwolves.
I mean, given that they were, what, 9,000 gold behind now, about 8,000 gold down now. They're trimming some of that lead, but...
I mean, it all starts with Jake getting caught, to be fair. He does well to get the Braum ultimate off as a critter, which makes no sense, but Fantix getting the Lulu ult and Impaired going really deep was a telling tale for this fight. Edition has no one to protect him because the rest of the team have tunneled on killing, and this is what happened in the last fight, where you'd have to think about this and say, hey, look, it favors Direwolves because Trident are splitting. With no one to keep Edition alive, he is a sitting duck, and yes, he managed to kill Kuden, which was impressive. That was a headshot crit. It's going to kind of be a big deal. But he's still going to go down, whereas you've got Wizard, Impaired, Pac-Man, all trying desperately to get into the backline and take down Perfection. It kind of becomes like that tunnel vision all over again.
Yeah, and for me, looking at 2 different crits from 2 different AD carries, Fantix on the one side and Edition on the back end of that fight. Third item now complete for Fantix with the rapid fire cannon done, and these carries are starting to do crazy damage.
Yeah, there's so many carries on both of these teams. You would have to say team fights very volatile. We've seen Impaired, even though he does an abundance of damage, still entirely killable. And that needs to be noted, because if he goes hyper-aggressive again like he did to kill Fantix, could come back to bite him.
He's going for an aggressive build here as well. Very carry-centric. Abyssal done, of course, a while ago now, but Rabadon's Death Cap was actually the choice. So he's going all in on aggression here as Fantix will finally get a blue buff for himself again. Level 16 though on the Corki. Do not underestimate the Dials, especially when behind. They have the tools to win fights if they can execute cleanly. As Sybil eats a spear, and he's the tank.
Yeah, that does a fair bit of damage on the Sybil also, who has a Sterix gauge, weirdly enough, on his Rex side.
Kind of like it.
It's not bad.
A little bit aggressive.
It's just different.
It is different. A bit weird to see it with Cinderhulk, but...
Because I feel like magic resistance wouldn't go too astray against the 9 and 3. Nidalee, but it goes to show where his focus is when it comes to team fighting. He's built armor, he's got a Randuin's Omen, he's got a Sterix gauge to stay alive and be sticky onto what is the physical damage dealers of Trident.
I feel like both junglers have a pretty similar mission here. Dive the back line and try and assassinate those carries as Pac-Man still being a nuisance here in topside. Running around a very tanky Poppy. Level 17 as well. Going to go back and do a bit of shopping.
It really is the defining feature, though, of Trident, having Pac-Man be this large.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, Wizard, he's doing a lot of damage. He's able to split push. He's got a jungler that's doing a lot of damage. He's able to team fight, but without Pac-Man there to actually bring it all together, he's kind of like the glue of the team composition. Then they would be nothing.
Well, had a great game so far here, despite the fact that, again, it has been Impaired leading the charge. Edition also with the Bloodthirster completed, so going to be a bit tankier now as Dragon is back up in 45 seconds. That'll be Trident's 4th. as they have a very clear path to victory that they could take here. Addition, setting up early, pink ward, straps down, just all the vision.
What a time to be alive. Whee. 5 traps instantly. It's just crazy. The zone control that a Caitlyn has around objectives when they're ahead is obnoxious.
Italy, Caitlyn. I feel like I've seen this one before as far as objective control goes. And Sharp does have the death cap now finished. As Pac-Man's going to look to go aggressive. Good luck, Sharp. Pac-Man just going to get in there and trade. He's just taking basically no damage at this point.
Just putting the foot down on this lane, really. Sharp's getting too cute, overextending, and doesn't have a defensive item. So
I think Fandix ate a spear, judging by the sound I heard and the health bar dropping.
makes a lot of sense. He's missing half of it.
Let's get a bit back. I think choking some corrupting potion charges. Oh, there's another one. This is pretty annoying.
Yeah, really it's just like a try and come and stop us, you know? We're doing Dragon.
Certainly are. In fact, they started it already. Wizards and topside with the globals ready to go. Imped and Jakey will solo it out.
They're just going to kill Wizard.
Going to try. Torres goes down though. Wizard pops the keg. He's going to run away. Needs a bit more speed. Raze is pretty tanky. Going to turn it around. Great flash though from Raze. He goes back in for the outplay, but the ulti's down.
Raze.
Wizard does way too much damage, and Pac-Man sweeps him for the save.
That was close from Raze, but not close enough. Wizard getting out with just enough health.
Now Pac-Man could be the one in trouble. He's going to get... Oh, never mind. He's going to go back in onto Kuden. Happily going to fight a support here. The rest of Triton have arrived as Y. And Kuden... Oh my god, that's so much damage. Pac-Man is massively tanky. He's going to dive in onto Fantix and tie him up. Jakey, though, leaping forward, does pop the ult. They're going to zone it away. Kuden completely isolated at this point as that's Wizard going to come back in. Fandix going to get Wild Growth on top of him, and Wizard went a little too deep there, but the damage is there. They do have their healing. Addition takes out Sharp. The ulti's going to keep Sybil in place. He's forced to flash out as he's going to get jumped on as well. Addition gets a double for his troubles, and Trident a 4-1 trade.
And this is Trident potentially being able to end this game from here, 34 minutes in, against the Direwolves. They're no longer a puddle, Trident. Definitely that Tsunami.
Yep, the Tsunami is mounting as Fantix and Raze are going to try and defend the base. They have a lot of damage between them. Fantix going to get aggressive. He's got the package as well, but he has to burn it. As Pac-Man still moving out. That ace in the hole almost takes out the Corki. Raze will die, though, on the back end of the fight, and Trident should be able to clean up from here.
Absolutely. 60 seconds on Raze. 2 members alive for 15 more seconds, and it's a support and Fantix in this middle lane. They've got a Nidalee for sustain. Doesn't feel like there's anything Direwolves can do. Here comes the last-ditch effort.
Yep, Kuden's going to try what he can, but he doesn't have an ulti. He will die as Fantix going to try and stop the Nexus 1v5, but it is going to fall. Impaired, the boy wonder, leads Trident to a victory versus Direwolves.
35-minute victory. Trident, surprisingly, they are the underdogs in this best of 3. They've given it to Direwolves once again.
That was just amazing to watch. We talked about Impaired stepping up, but that was a team effort. Yes, Impaired was the one sort of doing a lot of the early lifting, but that was completely a team effort from Trident.
Absolutely. I mean, both teams, they drafted exactly what they wanted. Trident, at the end of the day, they just played it better.
Well, a great looking game one there for Trident. We'd love to hear a bit more about that game, so let's pop ourselves back to the analyst desk.
Thank you so much, Pastry Time. And what a performance out of Trident. They're going to go up 1-0 in this one. And, you know, I want to take it back to the start of that game because there was a lot of things going on all over the map. And there was actually a weird team fight in the top lane at the very start that we're going to pull up on your screen, and Atlas is going to take us through. But the interesting thing is that Trident really looked for this, Atlas. You know, they were willing to trade back to standard lanes. They had a game plan, and they stuck to it.
Exactly, and they had the Caitlyn, of course. They do want to have those standard lanes. Is going to be powerful that way. But Trident, I mean, the lane swap was there. I mean, the opportunity was available. It was some really cute play out of the Alistar, actually, to stop that Grump. We were looking at it thinking that Impaired was then going to struggle around the jungle. But really great move. They just send everyone towards that top lane and then win this pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, so let's grab it up on your screen now. And as I said, we'll just take a look at it as we roll this one out. And the impressive thing is how well they call the targets.
Yeah, exactly. So Kuden is already in there getting stunned up. And this cow not nearly as tanky as he wants to be at the moment. There's some interesting play as Raze is trying to get some work done. And Sybil, this is a real mistake here, flashes over the wall to secure the only kill that Direwolves are going to get here and leaves Sharp completely to the Wolves. Pac-Man, like a complete boss. We're going to get up to this guy, but man, he played well this series, securing that kill there as well. And It's just really, really nice play out of Trident and coordinated. They were calling their targets. They knew exactly who they wanted to kill, and they did it.
Yeah, they certainly did. And, the other thing we have to look at is that when you look down the team comp of Trident, they pretty much got everything they want. And I'm really going to question that. And on the other side of the rift, it looks like Direwolves picked themselves into a little bit of a hole. And I know that you were vocal, Spooks, before the game about the jungle matchup here and who gets what.
Yep.
That looked like it was pretty one-sided.
Yeah, you have to question what Direwolves were thinking going into that because they knew, well, you obviously know Impaired's his best champion's Nidalee, right? So why are you giving up the Nidalee pick and then responding with a Rek'Sai pick who struggles in that matchup, first of all, when he could have Sybil could have opted into one of his better picks in the Elise? I really questioned that decision, and it obviously had a big impact on the game.
Yeah, and of course they did ban away the Echo, and actually, they kind of forced Impaired onto the Nidalee, which it was a little bit weird to me as well. But as we go across the rest of the map, Pac-Man is the person that I feel we have to talk about. We've done a lot of building Sharp up. He's doing a lot for the Direwolves at the moment, but the last couple of Lulu games just haven't seemed to be there, and Pac-Man, on the other hand, really rising to the occasion.
And Pac-Man as well. The other thing that I want to talk about, just apart from the fact that I'm just so incredibly proud of him. What an incredible performance. This guy, he didn't die. We were talking him up as well as the Sign of Gangplank looked fantastic last week in their victories, but his teleports were so on point. This guy's communication with his team was fantastic during this game. Always holding the Lulu down there as well, looked completely unkillable. And from the very start of that game, that top lane was somewhere that that Trident could just pivot off the entire time.
Yeah, it certainly did across the other side of the map. What did you, Riff, what did you make of Sharp's performance on the Lulu, Spooks?
Yeah, it was pretty underwhelming, to be honest. He made some interesting TP plays, and Pac-Man kind of just walked over him. They couldn't really afford to be behind in going into the mid game with that composition. They need to, hit that Corki power spike and run them over, but unfortunately, in the lane swap, they fell behind, and then Pac-Man just, took the initiative mid-late and carried through the game.
Yeah, it certainly looked to be that way, Atlas.
Yeah, I actually think that the early fights, if we bring this one back, because the early fight did do a lot for that game for Trident, because you look at it, and Fantix was still 30 CS ahead of the clock at 20 minutes into that game, as well as the fact that he was so far ahead of Wizard on that Gangplank. So if that first fight didn't put Trident already in a good position, I have a feeling that Direwolves could have brought back control quite effectively and just pivoted around Fantix, who's still looking fantastic.
Yeah, shoulda, woulda, coulda, didn't. Try to pick up the first win, and I only think one person on the desk was correct with that. But stick around, guys. In 3.5 minutes, we're going to have another game of Trident versus Direwolves. OPL, where we just saw Trident continue their upward rise over the Direwolves, so were able to pick up the first victory in their best of 3. However, guys, next week we want to let you know about some contests that we're going to be running on Twitter. The first one there will be 3 mystery words, one of every night of the broadcast. Once you've collected all 3, really want to stress that, do not tweet them individually. All 3, tweet at us on Wednesday night at @lol_Oceania. Use that hashtag IamOPL. You'll be able to win some sick prizes. So that is, once again, 3 mystery words, one of each night, so make sure you tune in then. The next competition we're running for you is actually a tipping contest. So head over to os.lolesports.com, fill out the form that is there with your tips for all 6 best of 3s. If you get them all right, you will win a mystery skin and a team icon of your choice. You'll be tipping against the casters. You'll be tipping against the Magic 8-Ball, which has absolutely no clue how anything works at the moment. It picked Hellions 2-0. It's all over the shop, that 8-Ball. However, let's get back into this series. It is right now Trident versus the Direwolves. Trident once again are up 1-0 and want to hit the drafts really, really hard. What do you change right now if you're the Direwolves heading into that game? Because it looked like their draft was a little all over the shop.
Yeah. Obviously, you got to address the jungle matchup, right? Ban the Nidalee. I don't think they should be as concerned about Nidalee as they should be about Echo as they should be about Nidalee. Sorry. So I think ban Nidalee, give over Echo if you have to. It's easily like you can deal with Echo a lot. In this meta, like Nidalee is a lot stronger, I should say. And yeah, outside of the jungle pool, I think obviously just don't mess up the lane swap and you'll be fine.
I think the other thing that Direwolves have to look at especially, and which is interesting because yesterday I was talking about Lulu as being a massively powerful pick in this meta at the moment and being really, really important to lock down. I don't think it is for the Direwolves. I think that they don't want it. They don't want to put it in the mid lane because they want Fantix to have kill pressure. He doesn't want to be on a utility type champion. And Sharp is looking a little bit all over the place. It always was sort of Sharp looking strong on these mages, especially because he came from a mid lane position. But in that game, it just wasn't really working out answering the split push. So I just have a feeling that Lulu is a bit of a liability for the Direwolves and they should just ban it away.
And Trident obviously are looking really impressive at the moment. I mean, they've won their last 3 maps right now and in pretty emphatic fashion.
Yeah.
Wizard, of course, coming into the lineup. He didn't have a great early game, but was their late game. What is it that looks different about Trident to you right now, Spooks, that is just setting them apart from what was the first month of their OPL experience?
Okay, well, basically they have a mid laner, right? Like they have, no offense to Vima, but he was kind of just getting dumpstered by, better opponents. Wizard's kind of holding his own, and he's really, like, even though he lost in CS really hard, he was impacting the map with his Gangplank ultis, and he still got the farm to the late game, and he made plays. They didn't have that threat before, and now they do, and they're looking a lot better with him.
I wouldn't go so far as to say that they now have a mid laner, but they definitely now have a mid laner that's happy to go in. And that is the biggest criticism for Beamer, is that he was always just sitting back, trying to get farm, and then playing very reactive League of Legends. He was never actually making a play, whereas we saw Wizard making plays, some of which he may not, have really had the best idea. He teleported on top of Fantix in the last team fight, somehow managed to survive, but honestly, that was a little bit overzealous.
Yeah, like he wins a 1v1 duel against Raze on, I think, like minus 100 health, which is one auto attack of that part of the game, goes back to base, teleports on top of the AD carry, runs away with 300 health. So he wins 2 separate duels with a collective 400 health pool at the end of the game. But it is nice to watch him play. Across the other side of the rift, want to hit on Fantix. The guy is statistically the best mid laner in the OPL right now. What have you made of Fantix? I'm going to start with Atlas.
Oh, that game, if you isolate the mid lane, that was still to use the wise words of Spooks, a dumpstering. Because that lane was all the corky. He was 40 CS up at about 15 minutes into the game. We were talking about it backstage as well, just saying it's 5 minutes into the game and he's already 23 CS ahead. This guy is a monster, admittedly in a good matchup, but still, he was punishing. He was still trying to make the plays, and I still feel like Fantix is the #1 guy there in the mid lane.
And Spooks, Fantix #1 mid laner OPL?
I'm going to say Cheese is the #1 mid laner in the OPL right now. I think after Fantix's performance against Legacy, he's just not consistently convincing to me.
Even without playing his best champion, Swain, so far?
Oh, look, he's waiting to pull out the Swain.
The promise.
They're
Swain
talking
is
about
waiting.
Cheese right now, not Fantix. Fantix's best champion is not Sway. That's Cheese. So no, but I want to explore this a little bit more. Because we talk about laning. Fantix is just amazing in lane right now. Team fighting looks very good. What does Cheese do that Fantix isn't doing right now that puts him over the edge for you? Apart from play on the Chiefs.
I think... okay, so I think Cheese does not... Okay, Cheese like, this is coming from me. I did not give him any pressure whatsoever, and he holds his own completely. I don't want to bring up scrim results, obviously, but he is very good at holding his own without pressure. We are able to, put all our pressure in side lanes, and then Cheese can still go even if, like, the support and jungler rotating mid. So I think his ability to play on his own is like a huge thing to have, especially on our team. And I haven't seen perfection, although last game he was, kind of isolated, but I think right now Cheese is looking really good. So
all right, cool. So maybe perfection demands a little bit more attention than what Cheese does. That is an interesting insight there. Guys, we are ready to head into game number 2, and I'm interested to see whether Fantix can get his team that victory to get me that 2-1 scoreline, but we're about to find out, because here is Pastry Time and Rusty.
Well, we'll have to see if Spawn can, in fact, be the prophet for the week, but Trident looking incredibly impressive in the first game. They can seal a 2-0 here. Have to call it an upset there.
I've never seen someone want 2 teams to win so desperately just to get the perfect week. But yeah, look, Direwolves, they've got a lot to address here based off that first game. It all starts in the pick and ban phase, because I know Max said on the desk, Atlas said that he doesn't like Lulu for the Direwolves. What I want to see, Lulu's fine as long as they have an assassin mid. I think that's the big deal. If they can make Perfection or Fantix actually pick an assassin and have the capabilities to split push so that they can put sharp with the team.
Well, we'll see what changes here for the Direwolves, if anything, because it felt like the Game 1 draft was what they wanted, but didn't work out. And I think maybe the other thing is, what do they take away from Trident? I don't think we have to say too much
I'm not going to say Nidalee should be banned by any means, but let's go with Nidalee as, like a must ban.
Well, Direwolves are going to start with Bang 1. It will be Echo that will be banned away once again here, and Trident will see what they want to answer with.
Yeah, Direwolves are first pick, so if they want to pick the Nidalee, they don't have to ban it. Does put Sybil onto Nidalee, though, with a lot less pressure.
And there's the Zac ban again, so 2 jungle bans now on either side. We'll see if Direwolves go for 3. They will ban the Nidalee this time. I feel like they've learnt their lesson.
Yeah, I think the entirety of Direwolves have learnt their lesson, that is for certain. Banning 2 junglers away, 3 total as you mentioned. Of course, Trident now on the next ban. See if they go for something like the Elise, given all of the jungle focus with these bans, or if they default to the same as last.
Oh, there's Kalista banned again from Trident, so Ray's not going to get that champion. And it does enable a bit more engage from that bottom side as well. Direwolves final ban now. They banned Nautilus last game, I believe, up against Pac-Man. We'll see if they want to take that away or if they have a different plan in mind.
I would wager they should. They should definitely ban the Nautilus away, though Poppy was a pretty big deal. And I wouldn't say I'm against them banning away the Poppy either.
There's also Gangplank to consider. Kog'Maw actually, though, going to be banned here. Don't want to have to first pick it, but looks like Trident are going to get one last ban here. We've seen a lot of Cog pressure, a lot of Cog being focused, mainly in the ban phase, so don't mind the pick at all. It does leave with Trident the question, what do they do here? Do they ban Gangplank? I think is the biggest question for me.
Yeah, not a bad ban by any means, and you're right, the Gangplank is something that stands out, and something else worth noting is that I don't think the Direwolves want to play the Kog'Maw as such. Raze, we mentioned, he likes to be that short range in your face AD carry, whereas Addition is the long range cannon barrage type of player. He just wants the siege. So Caitlyn, as we saw in the last game, was the natural next approach from there.
Yeah, and there is Gangplank banned away from Trident, so we'll see what Direwolves want to take here. Elise would make sense, Lulu would make sense as well, but once again, with all these target bans, it feels like blue side's getting 1 good pick and then red side's going to get 2 good ones.
Yeah, this is a real dangerous thing here for Direwolves. That is an interesting last ban from Trident, given what they played in the last game, of course. First pick priority, kind of a big deal.
Have to make sure not to give it away, as Direwolves 20 seconds now, running out of time here to try and take something off of the board. They're probably going to settle on Lulu. I have to think it's probably Sharp's champion. I imagine they can flex it, but it just feels like they don't want to. Stylistically, the Direwolves like having Sharp on this Lulu.
And we mentioned that, of course. If they go for the Lulu, they don't really want to go for an AD carry and a Corki mid lane, because Direwolves are notorious for doing a 1-3-1 split or a 1-4 split, something that can just put them in a side lane and control the minion waves to unlock their skirmish potential throughout the game. Because once they hit that 20-minute mark, the Direwolves start to really ramp up in their strength as a cohesive unit. What that says to me is Fantix needs to be an assassin. He just needs to be an assassin.
Yeah, I mean, all these champions are open here as well. We often see Fantix having bans thrown at him, but Corki Poppy will go over to Trident here. I loved Pac-Man's Poppy in the first game. Addition can probably play it, but Wizard, he seems to know the meta champions. If he wants to play mid Corki, I'm sure he can.
He has played a mid Corki game, so Corki and GP were the 2 that he played in his last set. Going to be able to potentially reciprocate one more time. get that Corki for the middle lane. Unlock Addition once again. Probably go towards the Caitlyn would not be a big surprise. I think the big question mark here is always going to be what Impaired plays. And knowing that Addition wants to be something like the Caitlyn, will they go for the Janna Caitlyn lane and put Impaired on a crowd control jungler instead?
Well, maybe, but that does maybe raise some flags. Impaired has
Absolutely.
looked not as good. He's not a bad like Elise
No.
player. Like he can't play other junglers, but like Spooks mentioned, it just feels like his top tier champions are a cut above maybe the champions below it, even though he is a strong player.
Also comes back to the Gragas being in the meta though, because if you can play a champion like Gragas in the jungle, you don't necessarily need to have engage, but you've got enough disengage to keep the Caitlyn alive.
Well, right now it's Ezreal Braum actually for Direwolf, so a flex pick there from Fantix. We've seen Raze play it most of the time, but Fantix was enjoying the champion early on in the league. But Raze, he loves Ezreal. It's probably his best champion. It's something he's very comfortable with. Wouldn't surprise me to know it's going to him.
Absolutely. It'll be a comfort for whoever does pick that up from the Direwolves. And the Braum as well picked for the bottom lane. Quite strong with Ezreal, I will say, given that it procs part of the Braum passive if the Q connects. So makes that lane almost sleeper strength. No one looks at it and says, oh, that's a pretty strong 2v2, but then it hits you and you're like, yeah, it's a pretty strong 2v2.
I feel like every Braum lane is the same, where it's like, it doesn't seem that good, and then you land against it, you get hit by a Q, and you're like, this lane sucks.
It's more the Ezreal in this case, though, to
Yeah,
be fair.
maybe.
You look at him, you're like, oh, he builds tier first. He does nothing. Turns out he does a lot because of Braum. And, you know, one thing about Braum people don't know is that when the stun's gone off, he deals extra magic damage.
Just keep slapping you.
Yeah.
Take all this damage. As Trident are going to go with Lucian and Gragas, so that's likely mid Corki, unless Wizards got something really crazy happening. But Addition is actually going to take the Lucian here. Not going to go back to the long-range AD carry.
Yeah, so Addition picking up more of a fighter. Will be able to work with the mid lane Corki as well, so the sieging is something that needs to be considered. I'm not sure if I like the Lucian too much, but he is against an Ezreal Braum, so they're looking to just have a really strong lane. Potentially, by picking the Lucian, they've said that if it's a mid Ezreal, want to deny the Braum-Lucian combo. There's always reasons for a champion pickup like Lucian.
Well, you can see right now Direwolves may very well be giving Ezreal over to Fantix, but we'll have to see what jungler they want to go with. We've seen Sybil on plenty of Elise, but I like this stuff. It's at least a little fun. We give Direwolves 10 seconds to decide what they do want to finish off with here.
I just want that.
You want to fade Udyr?
No, I just want
would be
Udyr,
sweet.
yeah. Exactly. It's actually been banned away from Impaired in their last set that he played also.
Here we
against
go.
Sin.
And this is maybe a Direwolves new special. Twisted Fate Udyr are the last pickups here. You wanted it, you get it. That's Udyr for Sybil in the jungle.
And the old and Goldie as well that is Twisted Fate for Fantix. It's always been known, the entire last split, you ban the heck out of Twisted Fate when you're playing against Fantix. Because every time it wasn't, which I believe was always against Legacy, was a 100% win rate.
Yep, got punished there. And again, Direwolves, everyone knows about the champion. They rarely pick it early, but when they pick it, they usually have some pretty big intentions for the game. So we are going to see Fantix on arguably his best champion. It's maybe his most famous, with Cassidy maybe tying for first there. But Trident do it to finish that team comp, but it's going to be the Janna. So Janna Lucian to complete that lane, of course giving Pac-Man top Poppy.
This is straight up kicking it old school. Like the composition that they've got right now is the double disengage, protecting the two carries. The big bonus of this is they've got Poppy to boot in the top lane, but they've got a Corki Lucian, so their damage is massive. They've got mixed damage because of the Corki doing a lot of magic as well. They've got a Gragas and a Janna to keep them alive. This is a composition that if Trident get ahead, they'll stay there.
Yep.
But Direwolves are very capable of stopping that.
They are, and I guess the question is, how will they get ahead here? We saw him. Peg was able to do it on the Nidalee last game. Can he do it on the Gragas? It's a different style champion. Maybe wants to farm a bit more. Can definitely look for a lot of good gank and counter gank opportunities, but Impaired had a run of the jungle, really, on Nidalee in game one. Could have a tougher time here, especially against Udyr of all champions.
Run of the jungle is something that we can write off here for any champion, let's say, against an Udyr, because Udyr is quite a proficient jungler. In saying that, the Gragas change is giving a lot more wave clear early to a Gragas, able to AoE bop every single minion that you connect, and actually speeds up the clear speeds, and as such lets you keep up with other junglers now. So there is a chance that Impaired in this matchup can hold his own and really give it to Sybil.
Well, keeping up with Udyr is, I think, a tall order, but we'll have to see what Impaired can do here. It certainly worked magic in game number one. Curious to see if it can do it here in game number two. We've almost flipped the matchup. It's sort of aggressive jungler versus control jungler. This time, Sybil's going to take the Udyr and the aggression into battle here. Direwolves, though, going to kick it. Pretty typical for them. Use the hashtag DW in for them, or the hashtag TRI win if you think they can take their clean sweep here. Clear, I think very clear compositions for the teams this time around. Once again, some strong drafting, but as always, it's going to come down to that execution.
Absolutely, and Direwolves, that's the big question mark that we've raised for them at the moment is can they execute on their compositions? Game 1 was a resounding no as Trident took it to them, but Direwolves always in with a fighting chance.
Certainly are. They do like to fight. They've gone to 3 games in some pretty dramatic series before. The Direwolves now are going to see if they can answer back and push it to a game number 3 and quite possibly make Spawn's prediction come true. And they are going to do it in some style if they can. Fantix on the Twisted Fate. Sybil on the Udyr. Is impaired
Oh
and
no,
Sybil
he
are
knows
gonna
the
meet.
trick.
30 seconds until
No, it's the loudest noise in the world if Sybil actually presses the control button. Control 2, I believe it is.
Yep.
Yeah, just the Phoenix sound just yells repeatedly. It's worse than that. And that's a Lulu laughing.
That's not great, but
Yeah, I know.
we'll have to see. Hey, hopefully Sybil then will just hide away in the jungle and do a lot of power farming, so we won't have to see him too often. Raze, though, pretty aggressively checking. Walks over a ward, though. Does spot Jakey and Addition, so no lane swap this time around. As you can see, Swiper, that's not a sod. At RTN, thanks, babe. Time to watch Trident upset DW. He won the MV
Yeah,
pizza, which has been
absolutely.
a great thing out on Twitter.
It's been such a cool thing being able to give a pizza to everyone who was the MVP of victorious games. Swiper, of course, in the last one. So thank you to Artean for that. And
I love
Swiper
it.
for the tweet.
Yeah, good stuff there. Good to see he's relishing his spoils of war from yesterday after picking up a victory for the Chiefs. And Sybil and Sharp, though, are going to team up. Going to take this Gromp out, but as I said before, is going to be standard lanes. As we are going to have close eyes on the mid lane once again. Fantix, known for impeccable CSing and lane control. Now, Twisted Fate, it's a champion you can certainly get it done with, but Wizard maybe going to have some initiative here with the Corki.
You would think Wizard is in control of this lane also, just because he's the Corki into the Twisted Fate, who honestly doesn't have a lot of pressure by being a TF. Needs to play the lane perfectly.
On the other side, though, here's great pressure. Raze gets nice and aggressive in onto Jakey. Nice level 2 all in there. Almost gets him a kill. That's 2 summoners burnt for Trident in bottom lane.
Yeah, and unfortunate stuff here for Trident. They don't play around the level 2 mark and they get completely out-traded. Of course, they are a Janna Lucian. Lucian still having the potion available to him and Janna having many herself. They will be fine, be able to stay in here, but they are susceptible now to jungle pressure.
Yeah, we'll have to see just how aggressive they'll be able to get there as Wizard does turn on the Gatling gun. Good little stun there from Fantix, but he hits a Frost Bomb for his troubles. Thunderlord's procs are going to get traded back and forth, but I think Wizard won that one.
He won it to an extent, of course. We'll have an extra bit of health from the corrupting potion also, so these relative trades start to tip into the balance of what is actually a cleanse Corki. Which means he shouldn't be winning lane. If any champion has cleanse, generally you look at them, you're like, nah, doesn't win lane, but it's a Corki into a TF, so he will be.
Pretty much utility summoners here for both, actually. Fantix does go with the teleport. Fairly popular option there for Twisted Fate. Just going to see Sharp and Pac-Man doing battle once more. Pac-Man, again, keeping up in this lane. It's a standard one this time around. They did get to meet at about 5 minutes into the game before, but Pac-Man going to start off in the 1v1 this time and still looking good in CS.
Yeah, absolutely. Pac-Man never ceases to impress at the moment. Has really stepped up to the plate and done what Trident have required of him, so we'll see if that continues.
Was impaired. Does walk past a wall, but I don't think he spotted it.
No
Might be looking
way.
for a while. Pretty rare to check that spot, but that is going to give Fantix the info he needs. Oh, he goes past
He
it.
saw it.
Okay, well, buff ran off, so couldn't clear it anyway. But at least does apply a bit of pressure into the lane. Wizard playing back, though. Again, keeping up much easier in this matchup. Although Fantix going even on Twisted Fate always feels like somewhat of a scary proposition.
Yeah, yet it always seems to happen. It's this weird dynamic of efficient Twisted Fate players. As he's
Oh,
stunned.
Addition. Great play here from Raze as the exhausts are out. Damage is a little too much, and Raze will get first blood. The heal is going to get popped on the other side, but teleports are coming in. Raze is already dead as Pac-Man's going to try and clean this up. Sharp, though, does take out Jakey, and Pac-Man just has to run back to his turret.
And even Sybil is here. So the 3-man strong group of the Direwolves are about to push bottom lane. And this is Trident's bottom lane in particular, struggling at the moment with the aggression that an Ezreal is putting down.
Yep, that's Raze for you. Aggressive on the Ezreals. We'll see this again.
Yeah, it's just one of the weirdest things. But this is, again, the Braum strength is what separates these guys. As cheeky flash auto attack is what secures it, yet Jake does a fair chunk of damage with Eye of the Storm shields on. And Sharp actually managing to get that kill was a big deal.
Yep. Both top laners teleport down, but only one of them gets something for it. They'll return to their lanes now. Blasting one up for Sharp and Pac-Man. Just a non-magic mantle and a ruby crystal, so building that early magic resist for the lane. But tear up for Raze now. It's got a cloth armor there as well. We'll be going blue Ezreal, as we expect. Fantix, watch him CS for a little while. He's just so very good at it.
Yeah, he is. His name was Perfection before for a reason.
Certainly was.
Every time you watch him last hit, and it just feels like you watch him and he gets +6 every time as well.
Yeah.
You know, Twisted Fate RNG.
He's good at that too.
Somehow.
He plays the champion. And Sharp back in the top lane, trying to get that poke down. Impaired is top though. Well, he's going to walk over a pink ward, but Sharp speedy enough with the flash up as well. Impaired just going to clear the ward and maybe come back for a visit in a second.
He may not even leave. You never know with Impaired. Sharp's going to immediately reward.
It's Kuden actually roaming mid lane for Fantix, who has now hit level 6. We'll see if he can influence some of these side lanes with that ultimate pressure as Sybil busy doing some counter jungling, but Impaired's also doing the same, and it's been quiet for Sybil early on, doing kind of what we expect on Udyr, I suppose, and just a whole lot of farming.
Yeah, absolutely. We're looking towards the Runic Echoes Udyr also. Weirdly enough, he gets a big power spike. The Phoenix Runic Echoes hits. Pretty much half healths everyone that he goes near.
And that's such a weird thing to think about Udyr as, you know, this tanky... Oh, man,
Oh my God.
That is aggressive from Sybil. But he wants to kill the passive already onto Jakey. They are going to move in for it. But now they're going to have to lock down Addition. Best Dance Stun happens and the Brawn passive comes in as well. And Addition is going to get dove. Sybil makes the aggressive play, but he gets rewarded.
That was hyper-aggression from Sybil, but you're right, they do get themselves the kill. Impaired was desperately looking for Fantix, it seems, as he had actually already recalled, and no response available for Trident in this case. And Direwolf's taking charge this time around.
Yeah, Fantix flashed there as well. So I think he was in a spot of bother, which is why Impeg was trying to chase him. Does use the TP to get back to lane. And he's got a Catalyst now as well. So he's going to be going for kind of the new school Rod of Ages Twisted Fate.
Yeah, and this is the Fantix we know and love. There's also the Raze we know and love, finding early aggression and leads, translating that into pressure, mostly from Sybil being able to utilize it.
Yep, and I do love the play from Sybil. We talk about him being more of a ganking jungler. Expected something a little quieter perhaps, with more of the farm-heavy Udyr, but that was a Sybil special, flashing straight over the back of the... I was like ready for the tower dive, but he was like, nah, no, can't wait for minions. In we go.
No point is there. And that was the best. He didn't even bear stance to engage. He had to turtle under the turret, so he just turtled them. Actually just bear stance the Addition instead of getting Jake at all.
Well, you mentioned it already. Brom's been doing work in that lane. Ray's been able to reap some of the early benefits. Does have a Sheen now to complement that tier, so we'll be doing a bit more damage in these trades as Fantix going to wander his way to blue buff. Sybil happy to give it over here to Twisted Fate. He's just going to walk back to lane and be A-OK. Wizard, though, is doing a much better job in CS this time. Pretty much just a farm lane here. Twisted Fate farming up nicely. Wizard able to keep pace. And I think maybe the biggest thing there is that Fantix has not been able to leave with his ultimate yet.
Yeah, very true, of course. Corki benefits from levels and farm. Just the same, if not better, than a Twisted Fate does. And all in all, Wizard will be quite happy in this lane. But Fantix is farming even with him on a champion that benefits more from just farming. And so while everyone looks at a Twisted Fate, says he's not getting his ults off, it doesn't matter if he's farming, as long as someone's getting ults off.
Well, you can see Pac-Man in the top side. He's going to get aggressive on the Sharp and Peg. Going to try and follow up the dive. Does get the flash body slam, and there's the ulti. Able to get Sharp knocked back towards the wrong side of the rift. Sharp, they're going to try and live. Pac-Man flashes in for it. Addition is dead in bottom lane again, though. But Sharp is still going to get chased down. Fantix going to try and save his top laner, but it's too late. Pac-Man able to get the kill.
No way to get in. No way to even go bottom as Direwolves, they're just showing aggression across the entire map.
Whoa, flashing again, but here's Sybil once more into Jakey. Ward goes down into the brush. He's going to get jumped on. He pretty much just stands there and says, I am dead. Ray's going to pick up that one for his third.
Absolutely takes. Direwolves are commanding everywhere except this top lane. And do we look to Pac-Man as the giant carry one more time? Because that's not a Runic Echoes Gragas. That is a raw tank Gragas with the Barmy Cinders. We are going to see this again. Raze was completely unspotted sitting in that bush and just absolutely destroys Addition.
And again, that Braum, as soon as the passive hits, you know, Raze, he likes to get aggro, just straight in shifts on top of him. And is able to take him out. I believe Fantix also stole the blue buff. He did indeed. So Wizard's not going to have that one.
I feel like Kuden could learn a lesson from his own play in this game. So here aggression helps, Mr. Passive Man.
Well, Certainly seems that it is a bit of a mismatch, perhaps, as far as play styles for the players go. So as the Dials mature as a team, I feel like their new young bottom lane start to build some of that synergy. And the Raze aggression is so much fun to watch. I do hope they bring us more as Fantix, farming up very patiently, very precisely. He's going to go back and see what item he can pick up here. I'm not sure he's got the Rotovator's gold just yet.
It's there.
Ted is going to look down towards the bottom side. Addition going to get aggressive. Good ulti there from Kuden. Might be able to get him out to safety. Nice cast there. That's going to knock Kuden back the wrong direction as Addition finally gets one back.
Yeah, well, Addition managing to pick up that kill most importantly because he needs the gold out of everybody. We mentioned that it's a tank Raga, so not needing to be gold hungry this time around in Ped. And this is the dangerous thing. The play styles of these guys have changed because there's 2 junglers banned away from Impaired. Now they have to kind of protect Wizard and Addition instead of just letting Impaired go off.
Yep, and is that a winning strategy for Trident? I guess we may be going to find out this game as Pac-Man continues to pester Sharp here. Rotovator's already done for Twisted Fate, so some of those rolls on the dice perhaps. Looking good there for additional gold. Fandix with a very quick rower. And Sharp will have his relatively soon as well. As now Fandix starting to push the lineup. He's got the blue buff. He might start looking for more pressure.
He's already looking top. Doesn't have the ultimate, but he's pretty fast Twisted Fate nonetheless.
Slaps the Scuttle Crab. Actually used his stack deck proc, but
Effective use of roaming.
it's not too bad. Like the little pink quad there as well. Able to pressure invisibly off to the left side. Trident do have one to answer here. Clear out a wall for themselves. As Impaired doing the same. Doing the duty and making sure the pink quads are cleared out. Sybil, a little bit quieter than usual. He's of course playing Udyr, so maybe can't have as much impact as he would like. He's going to go back and get the enchantment, I believe. Runic Echo should be done. Impaired got our position here. Sort of an awkward spot to be. Fandix is going to collapse as well. There's the gold card for the stun. Impaired. He's going to get knocked up by the wild growth, and Sharp picks up an easy kill there.
Yeah, Impaired not using his ultimate at all.
Ooh, Pac-Man, hello. Going to get aggressive onto Sharp, though. Already used the ulti, of course, but Sybil's just going to turn it around. Fandix is still here. That's going to cause Pac-Man to have to charge the ulti up, but he's going to get stunned against the wall. Fandix with the gold card's got enough, and Jakey just can't do anything.
I'm just really confused. Trident, Pac-Man was looking to go in. He made the assumption that his team was there. There has to be no other reason for that. Impaired doesn't use the ultimate, doesn't have flash, and couldn't get over the wall in time because he didn't walk towards Pac-Man either. It just feels like disconnection right now.
Yeah, and that's weird because we saw Trident in the last game were playing very together, even though the game was split up multiple fronts and lanes. This time the Direwolves make the quick collapse with the Twist of Fate. They're going to get caught as Raze actually could be in a spot of bother. 1v2 right now. 2v2 is good. He comes back in and Jakey is eating too much damage. But now it's 2v3. The ulti out there from Kuden is going to maybe turn things around. The teleport's coming in though. And Impaired's also in on top of Raze. Fantix TP's down the bottom side, but he flashes in onto Jakey for the kill. Raze barely going to die, but he does get good damage down before he will fall. Pac-Man still going to chase in, but Fantix finds the gold card. Now Trident. Can they go for the dive here? 4v2, there's a possibility.
Impaired was looking for the flash body slam, but unfortunately connected with a minion, which has made Trident completely stop from that trade. But they are looking to go towards the dragon as Direwolves. They resign themselves to trading, honestly getting themselves a bigger gold lead because of this trade. But it's still a proactive play from Trident, and it's on the back of another teleport from Pac-Man, the MVP, who I'm not sure if that was actually a flash. Anyway, Pac-Man is super aggressive, and Raze, honestly, even with his dying breath, he's like, I'm just going to hit Addition because, you know, I have to.
Yeah.
I was born for this.
Unfortunately, Fandix didn't have his ulti, but had the teleport, able to come into bottom lane and help clean up that fight. Direwolves find themselves a nice little engage. As you can see, actually pretty far ahead in gold right now. About 5k up for the Direwolves, 2 towers to 0. Trident do have a dragon, which they just picked up, I believe, so able to get some advantage there. As Sybil, once again, he's been kind of quiet, apart from this flash in the bottom lane that he's now recreating for us in the Tri-Bush.
He's still been involved in 4 of the 8 kills that they have.
True.
I just feel like the fact that Raze and Kuden are involved in 6 of them feels like he has been non-impactful. But he's doing what is required of him. Hasn't actually farmed much in the past 2 to 3 minutes.
Been a little too much fighting for that, it feels like. As Wizard with the Trinity Force clearing out that mid lane. Blue buff is going to go over to Sybil, who steals it away. Poor Wizard couldn't make it over in time. And Raze, Ice One Gauntlet done, Manamune on the way. And as always, it's going to just play nice and up in your face.
Yeah, that's the one thing that won't change with Direwolves. Predictably aggressive is Raze.
Oh, so aggressive as in tower hits.
2 of them for good measure.
Not very fancy that strategy, but works for the kid. Handix getting aggressive. Nice little cards there onto Wizard. He's going to look to pressure down this tower. He does have a Sheen. So Lichbane could be the second item here. Rod of Ages, of course, stacked up nicely. I think about halfway done at this point.
Jake could be in trouble here.
Yeah, I like this ulti a lot. They're going to try and catch out the Janna. Fenix blows him up. As Impaired's going to go back in onto Sybil, but the rest of the Dials are going to come in. Wizard doing a whole host of damage there as the Brawl multi. Barely not enough to knock up the Corki. The poke, though, is coming in. Dial's going to have to disengage. Only 1 kill for their efforts there.
And a lot expended for that 1 kill. Ultimate's burnt, and no way for Direwolves to continue to fight, especially with Pac-Man here. And they're just going to zone them away and try and chip down at the turrets. Utilize their team composition. Easier said than done. But it's a start.
Yeah, Ezreal and Twisted Fate actually providing some pretty nice wave clear there. Sharp also in the mid lane. Should be able to defend this pretty comfortably. But you want to be careful. Styles will repel the assault. Trident actually going to fall back in towards their lanes. Addition still farming in that bottom side. Looking for that first major item in the Essence Reaver. And again, playing from behind Trident. Seen this a couple times from them in the OPL, but not sure they've successfully won a game from behind just yet. We saw how they well went ahead. You mentioned it in the draft. This is a comp that kind of wants to be ahead and stay ahead. So we'll see what Trident can do now. About 5,000-6,000 gold behind already.
Yeah, 2 and 7 their bottom lane at the moment, if we consider both of them together. AD carry and support, and that's not the start you want to have. Wizard has been doing his job. He's been farming mid lane. Twisted Fates used his ultimate offensively once, and it wasn't really to leave mid. It was just a kind of shortcut his way to getting a kill onto Jake. Just such unfortunate stuff here, honestly, for Trident. Mismatched them now into this middle game. This is usually the time of the game where Direwolves start to turn it on.
You have to think with the Twisted Fate 2-0-2 with plenty of CS to speak of. It's going to go back by a major item. I think it's going to be go time here for the Dials. This is the one time they play a little faster, as when Fantix is usually on Twisted Fate.
Yeah, Fantix on Twisted Fate. Ray's having 2 items. I feel like whether Direwolves like it or not, he'll play pretty fast.
Ray certainly, yes. Always at breakneck pace. Could be in a spot of bother, but looks like he will avoid the gank for now. As Impaired was pathing down towards it, hiding over that tri-bush, and Sharp runs in with a W.
Might regret it.
Eats a whole host of damage there from Wizard.
That's a Trinity Force crit with a Janna shield on him. Nothing to...
Still coming in, but Janna pretty good at denying the UD damage. Fantix, though, does have the Lichbane completed now. So damage, siege, burst, all the things you'd want and more for Direwolves. And now here ready for them. Blue Trinket's going to spot the Rift Herald. Sybil should be able to finish it pretty comfortably. Fantix even going to join in just to make sure it goes down a bit faster.
Yeah, and in typical Fantix fashion, of course, that item build. I wouldn't be surprised, yeah, he would take the Rift Herald and potentially look to start split pushing himself. I feel like he's an entire item ahead of his opponent.
Yeah, just the damage right now he's able to do monumental at this point of the game. So he's going to clear this out and maybe look to siege up on mid. Every blue card really matters against these towers now that the Lichbane's ready.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of, to be fair, they're against the Janna Gragas, so you would wager sieging is not an easy thing to do.
Well, all you have to do is kind of poke in there. The Dials are able to zone up pretty nicely. Impaired looks for something, but does not flash in for the rest of it. Sybil turns around, gets a big chunk of poke to the face. Now Addition's here. Sharp might have to come down. He doesn't have his teleport. But he's crashing waves into the top side, and Fantix actually, with his TP up, is actually just going to go bottom and push that out.
Yeah, just drawing Pac-Man to attention in that top lane. Fantix naturally wants the split push. The Trident, they found a window to maybe pressure mid themselves instead of it being the other way around. Real question mark needs to be arisen for Trident. What do they do in this exact point in the game? Do they resign themselves to farming mid lane and let Fantix get carried away, because he does have a Lichbane?
Yeah. Do not want to leave this man, especially with the Rift Herald buff, alone with turrets for too long. He's also going to gain much needed gold and experience, while here, and in fact, just plays it safe, pushes it in, and then he's going to leave the area. But
McCannon is having a rough
He's
time.
real confused.
There he goes. Got him.
Oh, Fantix wants it. Wizard going to take a good chunk of damage there, but does not burn the cleanse. Sybil might be looking for another pretty epic dive. Here's Wizard. He's going to have to play back towards that inhibitor turret. Mid-turret does fall down there for Dials, so they're gaining traction regardless, and we've seen this so many times from them. This is classic 1-3-1 Dials.
Yeah, and this is Direwolves in a point of power. Trident, they're kind of left respondent to everything that DW do. And the Dragon could be a good opportunity.
Yeah, not bad here. Is Pac-Man, he's going to head up the front line. Fantix finds the card.
There it is.
Addition, but Impaired's going to look for a good flash out from Fantix. And now Impaired's in the front line taking a little too much as Pac-Man is going to have to try and kite, but the damage is just too much. So he will fall as Raze, able to collect credit for that one as Wizard has to flash out. He's barely going to live. No, he's not. As Twisted Fate on the backside is going to clean him up. And now it's time to play Janitor. Addition's going to get jumped on. Fantix with the double kill. And Impaired, not sure he's got any places good to go. He's going to bop himself over the wall here, but Dives will chase in due time. Sharp, in fact, is going to take a shortcut, flash over the top of the wall.
This is not going to happen, Sharp. I feel like he's about to go on a magical journey that will never end. Impaired can honestly kill him.
He might look for it. Impaired, he's going to keep going over the top, though. Does find his way out once more, but he's been spotted by the blue trinket. Does bop it. Now it's a mind game. Goes in towards the Dragon Pit. Sharp seeing him, though. Impaired's like, I don't really want any part of this, but he might have to turn a fight instead. He's going to try and turn things around, and Sharp's like, I've made a terrible mistake.
Not yet.
Going to whimsy his way out. This could be a close one. Does land the cast, though. Charges up the Drunken Rage. Bop! And there's the kill.
Predictable. I even gave it 20 seconds notice as Raze has done the exact same thing.
Yeah, a little too aggressive. Pac-Man cleans him up.
And here we go again.
Sybil going in for it now. He's got the flash, but Impaired's like, I don't think so, buddy. Puts down the cast. He has to run through towers now as Sybil should be able to get this with the flash. I think he wants to save the summoner. Impaired not having a fun time. He's going to get cleaned up here as he'll finally fall down to Sybil.
His dying wish was to smite the wolves, though.
Not bad.
They will get vision or where Direwolves go Trident. They have taken down the Ezreal, thank you to Pac-Man, and have an opportunity to maybe push in this middle lane.
What if
Look at the health bars.
What if they've bought enough time here? Fantix back in onto Wizard again. Sybil, good charge there from Pac-Man and kind of disengage her. Fantix taking a little too much damage, but Wizard's going to get jumped on. Damage is there. Wizard is going to fall, I think, but he's actually not dead yet. Kuden does pick him up. That was dangerous from Direwolves.
That was very awkward from Sharp. He should have ensured that the teammate was alive, not just that Wizard was dead. Because if that Corki crit once, it was lights out for Fantix, who stayed and committed to the kill forcibly because of that from Sharp. But everything works out for them.
Fantix going to be nice and annoying here. Try and get a kill. Does have his ultimate, but not going to pull the trigger there and try and take out Addition. He is massive, though, in this game as he does pop it. I think he's going for it. Impaired, though, in trouble in top side. He's going to take out Addition. Fantix is unstoppable. And now back in the top lane, Sybil. He's going to get aggressive, but the Wild Growth could save him. Poppy ulti going to make it nice and awkward. Tornado's going to try and read it. Actually knocks up Sharp instead, but Sybil is so tanky and so fast, he's going to get away.
Sybil gets away, and Fantix gets a kill onto Addition. Now 2 and 5. ZD carry. And Fantix is just monstrous. We said this. All of last split, they banned Twisted Fate away from him, and this is why. Just don't let him go.
I feel like there's a trend in this game already. It's not so much Fantix execute that damage, just absurd.
Instant. His Thunderlord's proc is the last thing that secured him. The cards with the stacked deck was more than half his health.
And now he's got his Zonias. He wasn't doing enough damage already. Pac-Man, though, going to try and chase down Sharp. Going to find him. Sharp able to whimsy his way to safety. As Trident again are just sort of caught running after Direwolves in this game, but unfortunately, between an Udyr and a Twisted Fate, there's a tall order to try and chase them down.
Really tall order. In fact, you would wager nigh on impossible given the state of the game so far. Of course, magic resistance has been stacked by most members of Trident, looking to focus them out, and that's a good strategy. Looking to kill Raze, but never underestimate Fantix. The damage he's going to be dealing. He's just so far ahead in items.
He's huge. 5-0-4. 3 items already done. Back in the bot lane. Getting that split push on. Almost level 16. Plenty of good things we can add to the Fantix credentials this particular game. It does feel like we've had 2 similar games. It's just a different team is winning this time around. You know, one power pick that the player's known for, unlocking the rest of his team in the game, is Sybil and Pac-Man going to have a scuffle, but Fantix is here to make it very uneven. And Trident starting to get caught out in their own jungle, have to really press back towards their base.
And Sybil very good at playing like an oppressive jungler, working around the map and controlling the whereabouts of Trident. Fantix is able to commit to this split push. Pac-Man can't even respond to him effectively, which gives Raze and the rest of Direwolves enough time to go elsewhere. Here we go.
Going to try and make something of it though, and Fantix says, you want to fight? More than happy to. Pac-Man says, I think I reconsider. Fantix just going to keep pushing instead.
This all comes back to the pick and ban phase here for both of these teams. Game 1, Trident. They got the ideal team composition, Nidalee for their jungler. Game 2 comes around, and yeah, Greg is still a strong jungler at the moment. But they gave Direwolves their ideal team composition. It's blue side first pick strength.
Certainly looks to be the case, at least for now, as Direwolves trying to four-man assault this turret. Fantix can make his way over, does have the ultimate ready. He's in mid lane now, so smart stuff, going to move towards his team.
They know where 4 of them are now, so he'll just stay mid. Almost like, oh wow!
Head going for it, raises the target there with Sharp. Nakutin taking damage in the front line as Pac-Man is going to ulti in as teleport in as well, sorry. They've actually locked one up in the backside there. It's Sybil who's sort of caught out in the wrong spot, as that's going to kick Grom out of the way. Fantix taking a little too much damage, and Pac-Man once again trying to make the plays, but not quite enough damage there. There's Wizard though with the damage as Sharp. Forced to blow everything just to make sure he's safe. And a nice play for Impaired, and it's Trident to kill.
Trident managed to push them back. It may be a 10k gold lead here for Direwolves, but it's not going to save them if the engage from Impaired can be that effective every single time. Major thing is that Flash was used by Impaired to engage. It's not going to be available for an awful long time.
Yeah, it's going to feel like 5 pretty long minutes. This Trident are maybe going to get a turret out of this as well. This will actually help with the gold lead, but not by too much at this point.
People can instantly pop here.
Yeah, and they did realize this. We'll leave the turret on 13 health, but Trident better safe than sorry on this one. They already won a team fight under a turret. They're going to just have to be patient here. Look for the right opportunity as Wizard sees an opportunity in the top lane. He is going to wizard away some creeps. That's a little too aggressive. That means okay.
He's
I was
fine.
worried.
Yeah, no, I had to quickly do a status update on Fantix's whereabouts because Twisted Fate with no ultimate or teleport thankfully can't catch him. And that was what we were looking for.
Well, you can see on the tweet this time around, Fantix's Twisted Fate is unreal. His timing with those flash cards are so on point. I have to agree there, Corey. He's known for the champion for a reason. We've seen so many bans against him. And to be fair, it was not banned by Trident game 1, and they didn't pick it. I guess after a lost Dials figure out they might as well bring out the big guns.
Fantix is Twisted Fate as like a persona. He just wants to farm lane, hit 20 minutes, and be everywhere else on the map. He wants to split push at times and assassinate people. And Twisted Fate kind of fits the bill on what Fantix is as a player. So naturally, we'll find strength on that.
And now he's going to go back and pick up his next major item is Void Staff. He does complete, so 4 items now for TF. More of Malmorty is actually done for Raze, so he's got 3 items now with a Vampiric Scepter for a bit of life steal. And it really just is Trident playing catch-up at this point. They're about 9, 10k behind. They will get to a point where they feel comfortable fighting, but it's going to take a little while longer here in this one. 28 minutes in already. Trident not going to be ready for probably at least 10.
It is going to take quite some time to get them really going. The forced magic resistance purchases as well, like the QSS from Addition, the more of Malmortius from Wizards, really what is setting them back in terms of their damage output, and it just means that the game has to be slowed down if they want a chance in this. They need to work around Impaired and his flash cooldowns, otherwise, honestly, team fights are a no hope.
Well, Impaired doesn't have very many flash cooldowns left. Sorry, doesn't have too long left on the cooldown, but about a quarter of it left before he will be able to use it again. And again, that's a very small window to have to play around, but I think Trident are just going to have to take what they can. Oh, Impaired, go hit the turret!
No, because if he does, he'll die.
Well, probably not worth then. I would have hit the turret and instantly gotten killed by Fantix.
Okay. That would have been a mistake, Pastry.
It would have. And this is why Impaired is a much better player than I am. To be
I'm
fair.
not sure where he was there, but I feel like you were right. He was probably going to hit it, but he just realized that it wasn't a good idea.
Well, makes the right play then. Ray's going to clean up the grump. And once again, Dial's going to go full back to this 1-3-1 pattern. For now, they are going to take Dragon number 2 for themselves. Might make the turret seeding just a little bit easier here on 6.3. But again, Dials can be patient here.
Yeah.
They've got plenty of time.
Absolutely. All the time in the world. And Sharp on this Lulu, even a saving factor. If, you know, Fantix, he wants to split push, will naturally be doing so. They've got their control mage to keep Raze alive. They've got them to keep Sybil alive. And Lulu Udyr, surprisingly good combo also.
Looks like a gank is happening on the Fantix. The package used there from Wizard is fancy. Insta flashes out of the way. Impaired, they're going to try and chase him down, but Lulu is going to come in.
That is a dead Corki.
And now that's bad news for Wizard. Good ulti there from Impaired, but cleanse out there from Wizard a little late. And Fnatic still has his ultimate to chase
Ped has
if
to
he
go
really
in.
wants
He has
to.
to go in.
There's the Whimsy. Ped going to leave his mid lane out to dry. More procs though, and Wizard is actually going to stay alive for now.
Luckily, of course, has a more Melmortius cleanse and flash available to him, but both burned in an aggressive attempt to take down Fantix and gets entirely out-traded.
Lucky them.
No, they were lucky, yes, Fantix.
I like the idea, gank the Twisted Fate, take the big globals off the map, but no
And they had the
success there.
package too, but
Yeah.
it just didn't connect.
No, I mean, a little too behind. Execution not quite there. Dials now just going to group up and brute force down these turrets. So plenty of cooldowns in the last fight. Fandix, with the help of Raze, able to take that turret out quite nicely. Plenty of siege damage when Dials get a chance on these turrets.
Yeah, absolutely. They can take down the turrets like they are nothing. Direwolves, again, this lead. It's only going to stay this large until they decide to pull the trigger on something aggressive. They're against the Janna Gragas composition, even Poppy to an extent with disengage. Very hard to dive, very hard to kill any Trident members. But they're still working around the map effectively. All it really takes is a Baron push.
Maybe the next option here for the Direwolves. Trident again, just trying to hold on here, get the farm where they can, and then pick fights where appropriate, but 31.5 minutes in, still some waiting to do here for Trident as Wizard. Sweeps in and collects actually a nice little pocket of gold for himself.
Sharp's working his way up, as is Twisted Fate.
Yeah, this is Wizard again with no summoners this time around. Ulti's only going to put Phoenix into the wall. The Wildgrow is going to make sure he stays alive, and Wizard is going to get chased down here. Phoenix taking a whole host of damage, but does get the kill.
Yeah, and it's the turret, but it's also a 55-second cooldown on Wizard's life. And that is a 4v5. Fantix has the teleport to get back in if they choose to push a lane and can just split push top. Or they can start up the Baron.
Yep, might as well take Baron here. Fantix is going to TP his way in, contribute the damage, zone people away. Does pop the gold card. Is going to try and zone addition out of it. Impaired. Probably needs to look for a steal here.
There's the TP.
Trident are going to try and fight for it. Pac-Man's in the area. Direwolf looking for a fight. They are going to disengage here. Gold card is going to hit. Does find Jakey. Damage is not bad. And Jakey's going to get melted there as Kuden's able to take him out. Sybil now just going to stick on whoever he can. Pac-Man is going to be the next target. Sybil is literally running to people and slapping them for stuns. Pac-Man might get out with a bit of help from Raze, but he's going to go down to the Ezreal instead.
And disengaging from Trident was actually not the ideal plan of attack. No Gragasult available to them. And Jake didn't even use the Janna ultimate, the Monsoon, to get them to safety because Fantix stunned him up. And that was because they split and didn't walk the same direction. Here we go, Miracle Steal time.
Pat needs it, he flashes in, but that's not enough. He's going to have to boop out, but not sure he can. He does use the ulti, but he dies in the polymorph to Raze.
Probably could have afforded to ult, flash, and smite at the same time, but just didn't connect, and it's really unfortunate stuff here for Impaired. Didn't get the Baron. Direwolves, they get it, and they secure a 12,000 gold lead.
Yeah, massive lead here for the Direwolves as they're probably going to start charging down these lanes and really breaking open Trident space. We mentioned they have to hold on. This is a very crucial point for Trident to try and hold on to. But right now, momentum, initiative, whatever you want to call it, it's all in the hands of Direwolves. And the lead's been there for a while, but this is usually the final raise of the hammer before it comes crashing down and ends in a Direwolves victory.
Absolutely, it should be. We'll see if they can execute. Of course, we're looking at the disengage comp. Pretty hard to dive, pretty hard to execute on. Baron buff will make it about 10 times easier, given they are running the 1-3-1, as expected. If Fantix ever hits the turrets with his cards, probably about a fifth of its health.
Here we go, first card. It's the creep wave.
That was not fair.
That's disappointing.
I was ready too. I was like,
was.
1/5, let's do a damage test, and he just broke my heart.
Well, Fantix as always collects the CS. Dials though jumping 3 strong here onto this turret in top lane. Ray's busy right now, but Dials very cleanly able to take that out. Ray's actually moving between top and mid as Fantix. There's the damage we wanted. Going to work on that turret and start taking this inhib down.
Still don't know how much he did with the card.
That's true.
Maybe
we'll
that
never
is
know.
Probably all 3 lanes broken.
Oh, Impaired, not a bad ulti. Looking for Kuden, but Raze gets out. Pac-Man, they're going to jump in straight on top of him as the Culling comes out there from Addition. Wizard now looking for the flank as Dio is a little bit caught in the front lines here. Drakey will reset there with the Monsoon, and Pac-Man still charging in, looking for people to kill, but he's not going to get it done. Sharp's able to take him out. Impaired's going to die off to Raze, and the Dials are going to chase them whatever they want. Raze goes in for the double, takes out the Lucian, and here comes Fantix looking for Wizard. He's going to lock him down. Raze wants the triple. He's going to get it. And Jakey might make it a quadra. Minions in the way there for Raze. He's taking a little too much damage. That's a lot of lifesteal.
Just life stealing under the turret. Direwolves, they've got the numbers and time to end this game. No way Jake can defend. They bring one back on the board for them.
Direwolves with Twisted Fate leading the charge this time around for them to equalize the series. Give both teams a chance to take it away 2-1. Will Spawn be the prophet and correct at 2-1?
Who knows?
Who knows?
Trident, they were strong in game one, but Direwolves, they definitely brought it back this time around. And I do feel like it all comes back to this drafting. The fact that the Direwolves, they just got the ideal team composition for them. Fantix got Twisted Fate.
And it feels like it's the same game on two different sides now.
Yeah.
Good champion for Impaired, good to go. Good champion for Fantix, good to go. And it's weird to see two somewhat one-sided games being traded, but I guess Game 3 is going to give us a pretty interesting insight.
Absolutely. We've seen both win conditions of both of these teams, how they want to get it done. Game 3 is another tale altogether.
Well, we'll have to break down this game. Before we get into our third, let's pop ourselves back over to the analyst desk.
Thank you so much, Pastry Time. That is going to be the Direwolves taking a game and bringing us to 1-1. I can almost smell the 2-1 in the air. But before we can get there, we need to take a look at that game because I think you guys on the desk agree. That was game one. Change the name badges around, keep the same size, completely same result, but just from the different team.
Yep.
Yeah, the Lucian Corki. Spooks, you brought this one up, and it just hasn't worked on either side. Why would you then pick it if it's like Direwolves proved that it doesn't work, and then they just go ahead and pick it again on the side of Trident? I just find it really strange.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's not that it doesn't work. I think you need to get to that mid-game stage where, or as I said before last game, where Corgi hits his Trinity Force Sork Spike, and then, you can group up and you kind of roll over the map. But both games, each team with that comp has fell behind early with some kind of weird skirmishing. Like that game, Raze and Kuden kind of just dominated bot lane. And then, we get to that late game stage where Udyr, TF, the whole Direwolves composition is really strong in sustained team fights. And they just, as I said, just walked over them.
Yeah, and that's what it turned into. The game kind of came to these team fights that were going for a very long time. It looked like it was a back and forth. And Poppy, she can go in those team fights. We saw Pac-Man time and time again going, but the rest of the team wasn't able to keep up with it. They were just too squishy. Then when you look at what Twisted Fate, what Lulu is bringing to the team composition, it was much more. So what I want to throw out there is, why did the early game go so wrong? Like, was that Impaired's fault? Like, what's going on the map right now for Trident? Because, that looked like all over the shop. Not only was it the bottom lane, there was weird decision-making top lane. There was a big CS discrepancy again in the mid lane. Like, what's going on right now for Trident on the map?
I feel like there was a really weird disconnect between Trident in the early stages of that game. Impaired got caught out near the Rift Herald, and then Pac-Man moved down from the top lane after Impaired had died, and then they sort of met there, and then Pac-Man decided to die as well. It was a little bit of this dance around, and then in the end it was Trident all just falling over. I felt like they had the right sort of idea, it just flat out didn't work. Some communication went wrong, they fell down somewhere, and it just didn't work there for Trident, and they didn't look the same after that.
Yeah, it definitely felt like there was not clean comms going on in, especially in the mid game. That Rift Herald incident was obviously going in one after another. There's obviously, as you said, a disconnect. I feel like there was no real reason for them to fall so far behind early with their matchups. Janna Lucian is a strong lane. There's no reason that you should even die in that lane. And because of that, they fell behind and they just couldn't carry it into the late game.
So once again, the team that fell behind stayed behind, and that means we will have Game 3 coming up for you around the corner. 3.5 minutes. Don't touch your browser. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the OPL, guys. It's week 6, day 3, and it is currently Trident 1-1 versus the Direwolves. But before we get back into the games, we have some social media contests for you that we're running next week in Super Week. The first one, it is Super Week. So every single night of the show, there's going to be a code word, a secret word that we show. We're going to hide it somewhere. You need to tell us what it is. But on Wednesday, when you have collected all 3, tweet them at it at lol_Oceania. Use that hashtag IMOPL. Don't do it on Monday. Don't do it on Tuesday. Make sure you have all 3 words. Get it to them Wednesday as soon as you have all 3. Second competition, however, is tipping. Right now, we're running a tipping contest. So head over to ost.lolesports.com. Fill in the form with your tips. Correctly predict the 6 winners of each of the best of 3s. Winners will win a mystery skin as well as 2016 OPL team icon of your choice. Just to remind you, we did a similar thing this week with the casters, with the Magic 8 Ball. I'm the only person still left in the running, so, you know, that's very, very nice. But let's get back to this game.
Not true. It all hinges off this match, actually.
I actually want to point out that there's this weird point system that we use in the office where you get 2 points for perfect, 1 point for if the team wins. I think that's bad because you're either right or wrong, Atlas, and you were wrong.
No, I predicted the team that won.
Yeah, incorrectly.
No, I predicted, and then they won the game. Okay, I just didn't quite get the amount of games that they win.
Getting back into this one. So it is going to be Trident versus Direwolves. They're 1-1 right now. Want to throw this one pretty wide at the moment. Like, what are we looking for out of Trident to pick up the win in this series?
Well, this series is just like, it's all come down to the early game, right? Like, one team's messed up early game, and the other team's just taken it away into the late game. So I think it's been a very sloppy series so far from both teams. I think one team's just going to have to, you know, go into this game really confident and just take over early game, and whichever team does that will win the series.
Okay, and on the flip side, Direwolves, I guess we kind of accept that it's a sloppy series from Trident. They're new mid laner. They're trying to get it together after what was a fairly impressive week 1 with Wizard. Still kind of good in week 2. Direwolves don't expect to be here, Atlas. What are you looking for out of those guys?
Well, the thing about the Direwolves, right, is the fact that, yes, they've managed to win this game, and they went back to comfort. So you've got Ray sitting there in the bottom lane on Ezreal. Very, very comfortable. This guy's been playing Ezreal for a very long time. It's sort of notably his very, very strong champion there. And, of course, Twisted Fate on Fantix needs no introduction, just ridiculous stuff. But it isn't necessarily Direwolves winning based on a team effort right now. This team still looks like they're a little bit all over the place as far as communication is concerned. But Trident, on the other hand, have looked better coordinated than they ever have. And I think this is where Trident are going to be able to possibly pick up a victory. So if they can make sure that Direwolves are as uncomfortable as you possibly can in the laning phase, things are going to look a whole lot better for Trident.
Yeah, and just want to revisit the topics at the top of the show. We spoke that, you know, we think this might come down to a matchup of the junglers and how they're able to impact the map. So far, who do you think has got the better of it? Is it Impaired with his game 1 performance, or is it Sybil who kind of brought it back in that one?
Well, overall, I would definitely say Impaired's kind of been a lot better in this series. Like, he just hard carried the first game on Nidalee. And then the second game, although he wasn't as good, he still was kind of solid. I mean, I felt like with Gragas early game, you can make a lot more plays than he did. He kind of held on to his E-flash, didn't really make an impact in the lanes. Whereas Sybil, you know, he made that cool like flash over the wall. He turned his Udyr into a Rek'Sai, as Atlas was saying behind stage.
Yeah, he's just a poor man's Rek'Sai gang.
So, you know, I think Impaired's been playing a little bit better. But yeah, both junglers, to be honest, haven't been as good as I would have liked of them overall.
So what is it? Is it champion pool or is it playstyle? Like, what are you not impressed by right now? Because you seem very not impressed.
Well, yeah, I'm just not impressed, man. Yeah, again, like I talked about the champion puddle from Impaired at the start of the show. With the Nidalee and Echo being banned out, he seems a little bit underwhelming. I saw his Rek'Sai performance in previous weeks as well. I don't know what it is. He just doesn't get as much done as he does on the Nidalee and Echo.
He doesn't seem as confident in his play, especially because, like, on the Gragas, he not only built a Cinderhawk, but so was already sort of feeling like he was behind, just had to be that big beefy tank for his team. But there was also the fact that he wasn't making the flash body slam plays. He wasn't getting into these lanes and really affecting things early on. Exactly like you said. I mean, he just wasn't having the early impact, which is something that we expect from Impaired. We expect him to have great pathing and to be able to get the gold, mostly for himself, so that he can carry the game, but he just wasn't there.
Yeah, so not able to do that in Game 2. The other person that we briefly mentioned at the top of the show, one of Atlas's favorite players, Pac-Man up there in the top lane. He's got Poppy twice. Game 1 was a big burly tank. Game 2 tried to replicate it. Sharp's Lulu was a little bit better this time around. What have you made of Pac-Man's performance, Atlas?
I think Pac-Man did exactly the same thing in game number 2, to be perfectly honest. The roam down from the top lane was a little bit later than it otherwise would be if Pac-Man was playing to his Pac-Man standard of game number 1. But look, to be perfectly frank with you, I felt like it was the rest of the map that was really the problem, and
just
not
bust
Pac-Man.
the rest of Trident. There we go. That's nice. Are you of a similar vein? Like Sharp, someone you were critical of, did he impress you that game, or was that just Pac-Man doing Pac-Man things?
I'm not a fan of this top Lulu, to be honest. I think in this meta, there's so many like really good top lane picks, and I feel like whenever we run Lulu, we really want to put it mid. It doesn't have any like poor matchups, and then you can opt for the initiative tank tops like Rammus coming into the meta. But yeah, Pac-Man, his poppy performance has been pretty good, but as a team, there's no coordination there, and their bot lane just kind of got it handed to them.
Yeah,
I don't want to use a rude
the curse
word there.
of the curse of the tank players up there in the top lane. When your team looks good, you look amazing. When your team falls behind, you're kind of just stuck like playing a tank still and not being able to do the same things.
I feel like I'm doing very similar things here as well. I mean, it's like the Jack attack all over again. Yeah. They're just like constantly on the defense. Oh, man.
The person I also want to speak about he's on the right of Atlas right now. His name's Braum. He's made 2 appearances, had 2 wins. Someone that we don't really see a huge priority being placed on, but someone that you've been taking note of, Atlas.
Yeah, and someone that also definitely rewards fantastic mid-fight shot calling as well. Because of that passive, the fact that you can chain kills one after the other so effectively. And look, it was working out for Trident fantastically in game number 1, but game number 2, they didn't have it, and it was working out well for the Direwolves. So
yeah, it certainly was. So Braum, 2 games, 2 wins. However, guys, let's have a look ahead quickly whilst we are getting players into the lobby. This is a super week schedule. As you can see, we have 3 doubleheader nights next week. It's going to be Monday night, Avant Trident, Direwolves versus Chiefs, a rematch, of course, which the Direwolves took the first time. Next night is going to be Direwolves versus Sin and Legacy versus Trident. That is a battle of the ex-sister teams. Before Wednesday night, it will be Chiefs versus Sin and Hellions versus Infernum. The obvious game to start with, guys, if we just have a brief chat about this one, is the Chiefs versus Direwolves. We're lucky enough to have
wait. Trident versus Avant. That is going to be... Okay, no, you go.
Yeah, so ignore everything that was just said. So Chiefs versus Direwolves, it's a rematch. Spooks, what are you looking at going into that game? Like, you feeling confident after tonight's performance?
Yeah.
Like, what are you looking to exploit? Give me some strategy. Give me some game plan.
Okay, well, we're playing really well lately, and if we can play
He says so himself.
We play really well. We're playing just so well. No, if we can play our own style against Direwolves and we don't kind of play to their, their strategy where they just push all 3 lanes and just get farmed up, we will win the game. If we take the initiative, we will 100% win the series.
So why would you not take the initiative then?
Yeah, what happened last time?
Just unlucky.
Just
a little bit unlucky.
And Atlas, what are your thoughts going into that game? Obviously, we've had a lot of back and forth about comparing Chiefs players and Direwolves players tonight. Who are you starting with?
I think the really interesting thing is that this game that is about to be played right now has so much weight in what happens in that matchup. Because if the Direwolves come off a victory into the Chiefs, they understand that they can win that match because, of course, they've done it before. But if they lose to Trident and then have to go against the Chiefs that are looking so much better since the loss to the Direwolves, then it's going to have a massive impact. So we'll see whether or not they are going to be able to come out with a victory. If they do, I still put Chiefs a little bit ahead. I have to agree with Spooks that they are looking a lot better than they were when they lost to the Direwolves.
So
Maybe not the best.
So we will see if that's the case. The other thing I want to broach quickly, because we have you on the desk, Spooks, I think you were the person that originally started off this Twitter banner about who is the number 4 team right now. You said top 4 looking much closer. Back then it was Sin, I believe, that you were putting into that. Has that spot changed for you? Like right now, who are you looking at in Oceania to round out the top 4 with yourselves?
Yeah, okay, well, I'm going to call on a eGym tweet where he just said Chiefs, I think he put Direwolves first at the time, then Legacy, then us, then everyone else is irrelevant.
Yep.
I feel like that is kind of still the same situation. I feel like outside of the top 3, the rest of the teams...
So you say that, but someone has to take the 4th place,
well,
right?
Yeah.
We can't just make it a 3-man group at the top of the thing. So who are you, put your money where your mouth is right now, because you're calling them irrelevant. Who's
the least irrelevant? Who's clinging on to relevance, mate?
Jesus. All right. I guess I'll say Sin. Hesitantly. I feel like I see Hellions beating Sin. But at the same time, like Hellions, after we played them yesterday, they kind of just let us walk over them. And I feel like Sin kind of has more flair. Like they have the ability to take games off top tier teams. Whereas I feel like right now Hellions don't.
Okay, that's interesting. Atlas, what are your thoughts on this? Is there someone that you're looking to make a late push? Is it going to be someone like a Trident that had a very rough early schedule? Like, what are you looking towards?
Look, I do want to say Trident just to continue this this Atlas meme that's going on, but I think that it's definitely Hellions at the moment. I think this team has been consistently on the rise, and I actually feel like Hellions do have a chance to challenge for that top 4 position, possibly even get higher if they continue to get better and better. And look, this is assuming that other things happen as well. The fact that Denium may not necessarily need to be subbing for the entire season. Hopefully, maybe they can find a support to get a permanent position there and really let Denium do what he wants to do, which is analyze and coach.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We are going to bring up the standings for you guys quickly just to demonstrate exactly what we're talking about, because you can see Legacy, Chiefs, Direwolves are pretty up there in terms of, like, they've got 2 losses between all of them. Then the rest of the group is wide open. I mean, Avana and Infernum, they're a little bit further behind, but Trident, Sin, Hellions can all make very strong late season pushes into it. Hellions have had arguably the easiest schedule out of the team so far, I will say that. But right now it's wide open. Trident, I think, are kind of being slept on here. They've only played 4 games. You can see that Hellions have played 6. If they pick up a win here, they go to 2-3, and that might be enough to make a push there. Top of the table, however, is getting much closer. You said that you were rating, I think it was Legacy, Direwolves, Chiefs, and then the rest of the table. Has the top of that changed? Like, is Legacy still the best team in your mind? Granted the fact that you dropped the game against Direwolves, are you confident that you can take back that top spot?
Well, I'm obviously biased, but I believe we are the top team at the moment. If we play to our best, we will be the top team. I think Direwolves have dropped off a little bit. They've looked really shaky lately. You can see in this series, there's just a lot of errors being made, which previously might not have been made. But yeah, I think it's definitely us and Legacy at the top 2, and Direwolves are just falling off a little bit.
So you're saying we have to wait until week 9 to find out who is going to be the top team? Because, of course, that is when the Legacy Chiefs clash will be week 9. What about yourself, Atlas? How are you looking at the top 3 right now? Is it the same kind of thing, like Legacy Chiefs, Direwolves are 3rd, or where are you putting everyone?
I actually really like the standings at the moment. Just happy to look at them and read it down. Admittedly, like, I do put the Chiefs ahead of the Direwolves at the moment, but Legacy are just not looking like they're about to lose. That's the thing. Yeah. So I feel like the top of the standings are looking really good. I think the rest of it, like the rest of the standings, are what are really exciting because, of course, Trident beat Sin, and if they manage to beat Direwolves here as well, having those as the players, the teams that they've managed to take down, is a huge deal moving into the rest of the matches.
Certainly is, guys. We just got some new information. It will actually be Rippy subbing in for Kuden in this last game. Still going to be some delays, but want to reopen the conversation. Direwolves, we already said they were looking very, very sloppy. Now they've got their sub, Rippy, coming onto the Rift as a support player. What does this change for the team?
Well, I've seen Rippy support, and straight up, it's awful. If he can't play Udia support, I don't know what's gonna.
Well, your coach used to be a Direwolf support.
Yeah,
so
get a subjician. Get the Nami in there.
We'll talk about that.
Jana was pretty good,
the
man.
2v2 solo kill, but no. So honestly, like, Rippy is like, he's an ex-pro player. He was very, very well known for his Udia and his Rammus. That's why there was a couple of tweets flying around in the last game when Sybil picked that up. But yeah, you're exactly right. That's going to break a heck of a lot of synergy. Do they go towards lane swaps? Like, if this was your team, like, how do you approach an emergency substitution like this?
It's actually, gosh, I'd be caught off guard, honestly. How do you approach that? I guess avoiding the lane, or maybe just picking something really passive like Soraka or Janna, masking the problem. They still have the ability to take the game. But yeah, again, I think they just need to somehow like neutralize the bottom lane, and they should be okay.
I've worked it out because Rippy, formerly like a very old school jungler, would know how to play Trundle. Just play Ezreal Trundle, the ultimate we're never going to die, and try our very best to farm lane.
Well, we'll see whether that does come across, guys. Unfortunately, we are going to throw to a break before we get into Game 3, but don't go anywhere. We will be back as soon as possible. Welcome back to the OPL, guys, where we are 1-1. Trident versus Direwolves right now. Just want to bring you up to date with the situation. Due to some technical issues, Kuden was emergency substituted out for Rippy, who will be playing support for the Direwolves in this Game 3. Due to the emergency sub, Direwolves have forfeited all 3 of their bans and will head into the game. We didn't really discuss the bans. We discussed the substitution. We've decided it's probably not in Direwolves' favor. They don't want to be playing with their old substitution jungler. We've seen a jungler already once this week in the support position. Didn't work out too well for Malik. However, what do the bans do? Because does this leave Richard Sue, good old mate, Fantix's champion pool wide open for this game?
Impaired, man. Impaired will get to play either Echo or Nidalee this game. Flat out.
Do you honestly think that? Because, of course, like when you have a look at the side selections, and we've talked about this a lot, Trident are back on blue side.
Mm-hmm.
So if that is the case, they have to first pick one of those champions. Like, is that really how it's going to work out in a pick ban situation?
I don't think these...
Well, they don't have to, do they?
Yeah, I don't think the support subbing will change the bans.
No, because Direwolves lose 3 bans.
Oh, right. Oh,
Yeah.
that's huge. What am I talking about? So that will definitely leave a jungler open. I think maybe they have to put more priority on Nidalee. Take her out early in the draft. I don't know.
Yeah, because that's what I was looking at. It's going to be interesting because all of a sudden, like, you have to ban Gangplank if you are Trident, if you're not willing to first pick it. If you are, then that all of a sudden throws over maybe the Nidalee into Sybil's hands. Is that something that you think that he is willing to pick up and play?
I've actually talked to Sybil about Nidalee before, and he was like, why play something that's mechanically intensive when I can just play Zac? So I know he's not actually a big fan of Nidalee, but if they plan to pick it to deny, it's a smart move, and I know he can play it. But generally, it's not good to pick for the enemy team. You should pick for yourself. Give yourself your own win conditions.
Okay, cool. And you brought up this conversation. It's one I was actually hoping we could bring up. What are your thoughts on Zac right now, Spooks? Because I know how this conversation ends. Can you take us through it? Like, what is it about Zac? Do you like the champion?
I think Zac suits Direwolves if they can make it through early game. You saw Legacy exploit the Zac pick, where Carbon just like hyper invaded and then they shut it down and they kind of just lost the game off it. He's obviously very immobile early, but I think once you can get to that mid game stage, where Direwolves do is they put their assassin in like a side lane, and then if the enemy team tries to make a dive or something, Zac is like the best anti-dive in the game probably.
So can we expect to see you pick up the Zac in future weeks?
For the anti-dive?
No Zac. I'd rather play Nunu than Zac.
Well, that was
that is
the
a
response
big
I was actually
call.
looking for. So getting back into this game, I want to get you guys' predictions because now we have a 1-1 game. We have Direwolves with no subs, with a substitution, with no bans. Does this change your prediction, Atlas? What are you going with? Are you going to renege?
Yeah, definitely. I think Trident have got this game. I don't think there's Impaired is definitely going to be on a jungler that he is very, very comfortable on. And if he's not going to be on Nidalee, it's because Sybil's picked it away and he's still in his comfort zone. And Sybil, because of his limited champion pool, or, so our analyst has said, of course, like it doesn't suit Sybil and it suits Impaired. And I thought this was where he was going to win the game.
What about yourself, Spooks?
I think Trident would have to win, right? Like Rippy on support is just, I'm not sold, so...
All right, there you go. You have it from these guys. They've given it to Trident already, but we want to hear from you at home. Use that hashtag IamOPL. But the players are ready to get into game, so let's send it over to Pastry and Rusty to get us there.
Well, I'm not sure anyone was quite ready for this, but it is going to be a fun way at least to end our final game as Trident vs. Direwolves has gone the distance and then some, Rusty. Rippy, player, sub, owner, captain, friend of the team. He's had to come in at the last stand, and he's going to be playing support this game.
The hero they need, but is he the hero they deserve? It's the real question we have to look at for this Direwolves lineup. Rippy, not a support main. He is a jungler. He is an Udyr extraordinaire.
He is. Would have been very proud of Sybil in the last game.
Yeah.
Well, we'll have to see what happens here. Zac is going to get banned. Trident is sticking to the bans that they've gone with. And don't forget, Direwolves, to add insult to injury, do not get any bans in this particular game. And Trident are on blue side for the final one. The odds appear to be stacked against the Direwolves, but if there was ever a team that fights back when backed into a corner, it certainly is these boys.
Yep, it certainly is Direwolves, of course. Coming into this particular matchup, a lot of questions need to be raised. We have to start with the pick and ban phase naturally. It was where games 1 and 2 were won. by both of these respective teams. Weirdly enough, and I'm going to say coincidentally on blue side, coming into this third game and not having bans for Direwolves.
Yeah.
It was spoken about on the desk, and I am so worried for them if they give Nidalee to Impaired at all.
And that's the thing, it's sort of hard to not get it, as we are going to pop ourselves back into Champ Select. Zach's still the ban, of course, for Trident. They are going to go with Twisted Fate, so they will take that away from Fantix. I do like that selection. The Dives, unfortunately, just have to sit, wait through the time, think about what they are going to be doing here, and we'll see what Trident have for their last ban.
Yeah, lots of questions for Trident. I like the Twisted Fate ban, though. I do like the taking that away from Fantix. There's always the Kassadin fallback. Corki as well, another champion he's quite good on, and if they really wanted to, they could flex the Ezreal into that middle lane, but Fantix, even honestly, he's a really good Azir. Like, I wish he'd just bring that back
is a
out.
great player on a lot of different champions, but certainly the upper echelon appears to be TF and Kassadin. Dives, of course, will pass the ball back to Trident, who are now considering their third and final ban. And it's such an interesting situation. Trident, no, there are no bans for Dives. We get to first pick something. They have to leave things open. They will ban Raze Kalista one more time. In fact, I believe their bans have been almost the same, except for TF being adjusted for this particular game. I wouldn't blame them after the last game Fantix played on the champion, but Direwolves, they're on the emotional side. It's a difficult situation. I'll have to see what Trident want to first pick here, but this is tough. Always tough in Game 3. Extra tough this time around.
Yeah, this is like hard mode and then some, of course. We're looking at Trident. They didn't ban Gangplank, which means they should be picking Gangplank for themselves. Well, they could run the risk of Direwolves having that. Fantix has shown he's quite a capable Gangplank player. And here we go.
I imagine Sharp can probably play it as well. I guess we haven't seen that tested just yet, but also Cog's left open. Addition loves his long-range carries. 6.3 Cog more, get it in there.
Absolutely. They get that right in their Addition. Capable of playing compositions. There's the Gragas Janna comp that they've shown that they can run. With a Cogmore, it becomes infinitely stronger. Direwolves, though, they've left open a lot of strong champs.
Yep, and they are going to take two very powerful ones. Lulu and Gangplank will be the selections here. That does, of course, free up Impaired completely to play whatever he would like to play. We have to know Trident this time around. They are building around their AD carry player. Braum has been part of 2 wins. He might be part of a third here as Braum Lysandra are the next 2 picks for Trident.
Yeah, and one of the other very curious things is Braum's got a unique sense of engage and disengage alike. Now, the Braum passive with a Cogmore W also giving extra attack speed is actually ridiculous when you think about it. The fact you can hit a stun so effectively and actually have a competent 2v2 lane, especially at level 6, because Cogmore's damage now with Execute on the R is obnoxious.
Certainly is here as the Direwolves. 30 seconds left for these next few picks. I do love the Udyr hover at least, especially with Rippy actually on the side this time around. We'll have to see what Direwolves do want to go for. He played it last time. It was, very tanky, did have the runic, but was just throwing around. And here we go, Udyr and Bard as Rippy makes his first OPL appearance for the year.
He's a jungler.
He is.
He's not a support player, and he's picked probably the hardest support ever to pick up as his support option. That's not just sending a message, that is a statement and a half.
That's true. It might be a whole novel at this point. He's really sending them out.
It's autobiography.
So, long email as I tried it. I'm now going to consider locking down their last few picks. Probably don't need the Nidalee this time around. It would be good with the Cogmore that they've got, but I think Impaired going to try and provide a bit more protection for Addition.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So could be going for these things. I like Kale. It's kind of cute. Definitely all in some ways in the protect the Cogmore comp, but never mind, it's locked in.
Yeah, and that is most likely Pac-Man playing at the top lane. We need to keep in mind Pac-Man is a renowned KO player. Actually has a lot of games under his belt and one of the few champions. Everyone looks at Pac-Man, they're like, oh,
he
plays tanks, Pack Attack. Like everyone just gives him his nicknames. I think we gave him that one.
Pack Attack's
anyway,
a pretty good one.
He also plays Kayle and Lysandra, the 2 primary carry champions that he has up his sleeve.
Well, there's Caitlyn there as well, so Direwolves are going to lock things down with a Raze long-range carry. Don't want to take something as aggressive or as mobile as the Ezreal or the Lucian. I'm going to try and match some of that Cogmore late-game power. Tricky to match a champion like Cogmore, especially on this patch, but Raze is going to go for more of the kind of newer flavor of AD carry, much more longer range.
Rippy.
I would like him to play Udyr support. I think it would be adorable. But I don't know if that's going to happen. Just to remind you, 20 seconds and the players do have to have their champions locked in. So if it ticks by, we've gone somewhere crazy.
River Udyr. That's what I'm waiting for.
They're running out of time to swap. They can literally no longer swap. Welcome to the OPL where crazy things happen. Direwolves apparently giving Sybil something special here.
God.
Why are there 2 smites? Why aren't there 2 smites, Rusty?
This is one of those moments where I question my own existence as an analyst.
I'm so excited.
And color caster, because that's...
Your job might be getting difficult. My job just got awesome. Bard apparently has Ignite. I think I know what's about to happen here.
Yeah, Rippy is
We're doing
not...
some swapsies.
Rippy's not a support player.
And that's
There's
fine.
one thing we can take from this.
He does have to sit in the
Yeah.
support position if he's being subbed in as support. He does not have to play support if he doesn't want to. In fact, technically, they don't even need Smite if they didn't want to. But they are going to take one. I believe we are going to have Rippy move into the jungle. And I want to see what Sybil's Bard does. Whoever's getting Bard on this team, I'm excited.
This is like the first thing we said when Bard was locked in. Is like, well, Rippy's not a support player. Why is he playing a very hard support in Bard? Turns out the other jungler is now playing the hard support champion in Bard.
And here we go. Rippy is going to play an OPL game for his team, and he is on the Udyr with the Smite. Sybil has moved himself into the support position.
It's just so good.
On Bard.
Okay, Rippy is actually an Udyr main.
Yes.
And they've given him Udyr. There's no bans away from him. No one's going to assume that Sybil is going to support. So Trident, why would they ban that away even as a possibility?
Yep.
They've managed to give themselves the best chance of winning this game solely from flexing their roles.
Sybil even played one Udyr game last game just to trick them, just in case.
Oh, is that why?
Absolutely must
Well,
be,
he tricked
right?
me as well.
Certainly did, as we have had the old switcheroo, but Rippy. Excited to see the jungler back in the scene. It's been a while since he's played a competitive game in Oceania. I think we have to go all the way back to 2014, where he was actually doing really
Dignitas,
gross things to
wasn't it?
people. He played on, I think, Dials before, after that as well. But he was on Dig, of course. He was doing gross things to people with Udyr and Rammus in particular. He's going to be jungling Udyr for this
Put
game.
it like into proper perspective as well, as this guy plays Udyr and Warwick as like his 2 major champions. So this is the primary Trick 2G thinking he is, man. I'm going to say did it before him, of course.
I mean, you have to think that if your jungler's coming up, you're playing solo queue, what's Rippy going to be playing? Still knows the Udyr like the back of his hand. Is Sybil getting creative on Impaired? That is a massive amount of damage here by Sybil.
Is that AD?
Maybe he almost stole that Crump, and Impaired just has to leave here, I think. The level 1 Bard getting work done as Dials have actually gone for
He's
a
not
lane
going to
swap.
let him recall. That is
Q?
straight up.
Give Ignite! Going in there! Sybil! He can get the kill! He's going to move in for it. He ignites him down and Impaired. He's level 2. I think he'll barely live with the pot. But Sybil did so much work there.
He's not done.
He's certainly not. He's got flash kill! Oh, he got the minions. That's not a good time. Pac-Man now going to try and chase him down. Sybil stranded, but still safe somehow.
This is so good for Direwolves. Udyr is getting free farm in the jungle, and they have complete tabs on where this Echo is. It's just an unusual game.
I have to say as well, so you do have a look in the mid lane. Fandix on Gangplank, he had a surprisingly poor performance in that Game 2 versus Legacy, and we know from everyone we've talked to that Fandix is an amazing Gangplank player. I have to think that if he's taking it in this game, Sybil's going for another
He's
gank
actually
here.
River Bard.
He's just a jungler. As River Bard, he's going to get some damage down onto Wizard.
That's all it's worth.
I'm actually not upset about this move. This is smart from Dials, from Yuzuki. I have to agree. If you're going to try and make this game work in the situation you were put in, Dials, I think, have found the answer.
This is the best of a bad situation, to put it simply. This is a teleport top lane.
Who is this? It's Sharp, as Sybil, still level 1.
Aim for the Duke. Oh, there
Aims
you
for
go.
the flash instead. Or aims for the spot he was at, I guess, and gets a flash for his trouble. Sharp, though, is actually going to burn the TP. Ray's decides to hit 2 tower hits because Ray's like most aggressive AD carries, blocks things with his face. But they are going to group up here and try and take down some turrets.
Yeah, and they're playing the tower swap game. I wouldn't be surprised if Direwolves, the second they see Trident's bottom lane making their way here, just completely avoid them and ignore them in their entirety, because I would wager Sybil not exactly confident in his laning phase against the Braum Cogmore.
I think they also do want to take the Caitlyn out of the standard lane if possible, although I guess it's arguable. His addition is going to come up on the Cogmore. It does have that cull after the Dawn's Blade. This has been the standard.
That's here.
As Impaired, he's going to look for that level 1 Sybil. He got punished earlier by the bar, but now he wants revenge. Raze, he's going to net himself out of the way, but Sybil's going to be first blooded by Impaired.
And they probably should have backed away, of course. Getting over aggressive, trying to get the turret health lower and lower. They should be trying to hide that Caitlyn, and most importantly hide Sybil so that he can utilize his boots first fly and roam around.
It's See, back in mid though, Wizard on the Lissandra this time around versus the GP. Like I mentioned, Fandix probably going to want to have a more redeeming performance on the champion. Looking good so far here. 28 to 21 CS in the lead. And just keeping the wave in a nice, comfy spot here.
The question always just comes back with Fantix. Does his reputation precede him?
Yes.
Everyone says that he is a great gangplank, but we're yet to genuinely see it.
Well, maybe it's this the game that does it as Rippy looks in for a gank.
That's not a jungle minion.
Yeah, isn't going to come out. Pretty hard to kill the Lissandra, especially with the thumbs up. So Rippy has a peek in just for a bit of pressure, but doesn't need any much more than that. In fact, he's going to do what Rippy loves to do, stay in the jungle.
And he does it so well. In all seriousness, he does it very well.
Ooh,
About to find Pac-Man.
Could be in trouble, actually. Flash up, I believe. Yeah, he's going to go in for it. Pac-Man on the level 4. Damage is there. Rippy gets his first kill of the OPL.
And what a start for the Direwolves. In the flip side, Echo and the rest of Trident may get a pick onto the Bard, but Rippy gets one back in 2 levels.
Now Impaired going to get munched down by the Udyr. Impaired going to struggle to fight that. Rippy
is proxying the wave.
Oh my god.
If you're not familiar with Rippy, by the way, in the OPL, this was called the Rippy for a reason.
Dive actually on into Impaired. It's a little too much perhaps. The teleport's going to come in. Rippy is going to give it up. But Wizard is here. He's level 6. He might look for it onto the shot, but he's a little low on mana. I think he wants the Udyr, but he doesn't pull the trigger.
No, not able to get anything down. Not enough mana to get the ultimate off, of course. I think it costs about 100, maybe even a little bit more.
Yep.
Unfortunate stuff here for Wizard.
Waiting for Lissandra passive to tick back in, but no Iceborne this time. And Rippy now going to start taking out Impaired's jungle. Jakey in the top side is going to eat a Bard stun, but Addition's going off here on the Cogmore. Pops the W and just lets rip onto Raze.
Yeah, they actually get a relatively positive trade given that Bard can put down those shrines and take care of Caitlyn. It was a ridiculously unintentional pun.
Well, Raze is going to have to keep this farm up. He's doing well so far, but Addition with the Brom especially wants to play aggressive. Impaired back in the bottom side though. Sharp looking real lost here in this bottom side without a flash. Impaired is going to move in for it. Pac-Man's going to go, and Impaired once again gets the kill.
And that was so well played from Impaired. He is such an effective Echo player. Gets another one on the board for Team Trident, or for Team Impaired. I'm not sure which way it goes at the moment, given that he is all of their kills.
Well, certainly seemed like Team Impaired in game 1, and that was a winning strategy for them. We'll have to see just how much more work Impaired can get done, because he is off to a nice start early. Gold is even, though. It's only 1 kill between the two. Everyone else keeping up nicely in CS. Relative, at least. This is nice and cheeky. Good check, though, there from Raze. Doesn't fall for the bait.
Good block as well from Jake to stop the stun out of Bard. There's no latching when there's a door in front of your face.
This latches to the door and Bard. Makes sense, right?
Yeah.
Wizard. Wizard with the blasting one. Gonna take out that minion wave. Sheen already up for Fandix as well. Looks like he's helping Rippy with the blue buff, and by that I mean he's gonna go take it.
I'm so psyched for this, by the way. Rippy's Udyr is so unique. And again, I said there was a term coined about Rippy's Udyr, and that is because if you're not in lane, he's in your lane. That's just generally how he works. It's like called the Rippy tax. There's also the fact that he builds like exclusively tank. And just like, he's only farming and he's only running at you when he's a tank. What he does is he stuns you and then moves to the next target. There's no one else that plays Udyr to this extent.
Yeah, and again, he is a very good Udyr player. Maxing Phoenix in this particular game. You can see the Udyr cam on the bottom side. He's, of course, back in Trident side of the jungle because that's his favorite place to be. Especially when his laners all appear to be in their lanes at this point. Impaired though, looking for another gank in topside. Sybil, that's not a good place to be standing. Impaired, Magical Journey's going to be there. Stun's good though. Impaired, now actually behind the turrets, could be in a bit of trouble. And meanwhile, Impaired's top lane trying to get work done. Rippy's taking his red buff.
Yeah, and every gank that's not successful, you have to question. Pac-Man.
Ooh, a little too aggressive perhaps. Kayle ulti is ready. And Sharp might just be able to outplay this one. Oh, Gangplank ulti's good. Rippy's here for the cleanup. Here we go. Slap to the face. Goodbye, Pac-Man. Killed him without the ulti going off.
Just gives him the slap. That is some... Where was the Udyr camp for that one? That's the real question.
Udyr campception. And he's going to proxy the wave one more time.
This is the Rippy tax all over again.
You can see Raze though. Sybil trying to defend from Impaired. Sharp actually teleports up, so a good time for Rippy to be taxing a lane.
I mean, he's over double the farm of Impaired. This is 51 to 22.
Don't be fooled. It's not Jungle Bard. It's Vandix back in mid lane.
22 to 0. Wow.
Whoa! No. That's Sybil in support this time around. Trouble in top lane though, Raze, nice flash, but Impaired still looking for the dive. Has to ulti out though, TP up. Council though for Trident, Pac-Man didn't want to commit there.
And you can see the Bears making his way to proxy. Nah, there's Krugs up. I'm just kidding. He's going to go get some more farm on the board, but Direwolves, their bottom lane, Sybil and Raze, still weird to say, are not really able to deal with the pressure that Impaired is putting down on them. He knows that it's the lane that he wants to focus. It's a fair tactic to get themselves ahead, especially when it's a Cogmore.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just scary. It's all around scary.
It's also the right lane to target, of course, given that it would be expectedly the weaker lane here.
Yeah.
But Rippy's had a run of both jungles at this point Impaired. I like what he's doing, trying to be team-focused here and get everyone ahead, but Rippy's just so much
Look
fun.
at the items. It's a 2-0 Rippy, like a 2-0 Udi, sorry. I get the names confused all the time. To a 2-0 Echo. But he's got finished jungle item and swiftness boots completed to just the components of the jungle item.
Rippy's just going to walk in here. Time for a slap. No, not this time.
No, there's minions.
Ah, I see.
Got him.
Effective tax. Walked in, taking about 2
1/10
creeps.
of a kill on the board.
Walk back out. Scuttle Crab. Even juicier looking minion. Still going to help him out. Rippy's going to take it. Fantix back in the mid lane with that Sheen. Still farming up a Storm. Here's another big CS lead over Wizard. It feels like the Dial's lane swap, at least in this matchup, has helped out a lot here. Fantix getting these 1v1 lanes, just be able to show off and show how strong his laning is.
Yeah, I mean, Direwolves, we said making the best of a bad situation. This is honestly like perfect situation for them, given what they've had to come up against here. They've met adversity with strength. And it all stems from this guy. As well as Fantix, as he said, you know, he has found himself with a CS advantage from 1v1 laning, which is impressive because he's a gangplank into Alessandro.
Looking good so far, but Addition is powering up on the cog. Ginsu's
About to
already
find
done. Pac-Man going to get slapped again. Doesn't like this situation very much, and Rippy doing quite a bit of damage already. Impaired's here though. They would have heard the W. Now they maybe have to back away. Pac-Man going to get low, but Sharp's actually the target. GP ulti might be able to turn things around, but Lissandra's here. Ulti this time is going to come out, and Wizard's able to claim that one.
Yeah, the GP ultimate did a lot of work and forced a flash out of Pac-Man, but it didn't get the kill, whereas the teleport out of Wizard was enough to secure that one. Not available for Fantix on the flip side. And Impaired, he is at the right place at the right time. And having that upgrade to the Runic Echoes there now, quite an impactful gank to say the least.
Fantix only able to get there with his ultimate, unfortunately. Didn't have his teleport to truly join the fight, so Wizard able to do plenty of work this time around. Trinity Force has been completed for Gangplank though, so that Fantix farm efficiency starting to show up here in this game. He's even taking the Raptors. Oh, that's so cute.
Yeah, that's just what you do, you know, as GP. Rippy might not be happy about it, but you have to, you know, you got to fight back at him
I think if
sometimes.
there's any player that's going to give Fantix farm, I think Rippy is happy to cede to Fantix, given how good he is.
Nah, that's up for debate. I don't think you understand.
Farm priority is Rippy on the team. Imagine if he'd been a support.
No.
He'd be taking so many cannons.
It'd have to be Relic Shield first item. There's no exceptions to that. May as well play Veigar support, right? Because at least he benefits from getting the minions with the Q.
This Veigar support. Pop into the top lane. Raze and Sybil still trying to keep up there. Gold not looking great, but Fantix actually massively ahead. Almost 1,000 gold up just from farming.
Yeah. Q coming up trumps on this Gangplank. Is well and truly a force to be reckoned with.
But this is the real problem. Impaired continuing to target this top lane. Echo a great champion in a dive. Jakey going to start things up. Now Dials know what's up. Raze going to get jumped on then. Decent bot ulti from Sybil, but I don't think he can save Caitlyn anyway. That's going to be the Braum ulti hitting onto Raze, and he will fall down.
Yeah, just needed to get out as fast as he could there, Sybil. Has nothing to keep Raze alive, even with the flash available on the Caitlyn. Which honestly, I feel like the ult maybe hurt Raze more than it did help. I mean, Trident, they start to snowball the turrets and objectives in their favor. If they can make it happen more.
Sort of split the map here. Pac-Man's actually having a great time here with Rippy showing attention here. Proxying the wave again.
Poor Sharp.
OMA Sharp is even on CS actually.
He's having a really rough time, Sharp. That's like 3 waves now total that have been taken from him.
Well, Rippy continuing to be annoying, but Impaired maybe going to kick him out of his jungle now. The rest of the Dials are coming down, though. Wizard actually caught out in the rotation. That's going to be a kill for Fantix.
Fantix gets a kill. Sybil with the fantastic rotation. Impaired still visible down here in the bottom lane, and 4 members of Direwolves come crashing down. To be fair, though, Trident have responded.
It was all a ruse. Let Rippy proxy the wave. Surely they'll never suspect Fantix and Sybil to be there. If nothing else, Rippy's pretty delicious bait there in the bottom lane. As you can see, Jakey in addition will pop their way down. Hurricane on the way. Ginsu's done. Addition starting to power up, and you think you have to look at that Cogmore and think, how much damage can Addition do? Because we know how good he is in the late game, and he's starting to power up relatively early as well.
Fantix is at 1 hit case almost at the moment. Once he gets that next item buy, and he's got a lot of money in his back pocket, that'll probably be a BF sword and then some, yeah. Once he gets that, honestly, he'll be destroying everybody. He's almost level 13 also. Direwolves can outright team fight soon.
Oh, Rippy going for a dive again onto Pac-Man. This time it's Raze that's actually going to help him out. Ulti's there, hit the turret. Raze knows. Rippy though going to tank it up. Sybil's also in the area. Raze going to keep going in. Or Rippy gets himself another kill.
Rippy just easily tanking up the turret. Has a Glacial Shroud on top of his Cinder Hulk build. So as content as can be is this 3-0 Udyr. It's just a walk down memory lane right now watching this game unfold.
It's great fun. And here's the blue buff as well. This will go over to Fantix, I believe, but can never be too short. He's going to get it though. Take out that pink ward, and Impaired's actually battling Sybil here. Sybil does miss that Q, but tower does go down. Raze actually could be the target. Not a whole lot of mana left. Decent flash there, but Impaired's going to follow in. Great little move there. Echo ulti's out, but he actually can't do enough work here. And Raze, as Fantix moves in with the crit and the kill.
Yeah, Fantix comes in on the back end. Aggressive and almost desperate play there from Impaired, it felt like. At 16 minutes in, you don't want to be that desperate. The heal from Raze and the flash enough to keep him alive. No matter how hard Impaired baited, if you're running at someone, the Echo ult will not connect.
2,000 gold up now for Dial, so really brought the game back actually into their favor. Runan's Hurricane first for Raze, so maybe going to be doing a bit more farming. This Wizard is going to meet here. Rippy does have his ulti. Very nice from Sybil. Rippy going to just walk out slowly. Doesn't need the flash that he does have.
Nah. Rippy does Rippy. He gets out perfectly fine. Trident, though, they are the ones putting rotations into effect. Need to be careful, though, because this is a blue buff level 13 Gangplank, and I'm not kidding you, if he hits and crits, they will all be done.
There are some kegs here. The Mending Wave's not having too much fun with it. As Fantix poised for a very quick Infinity Edge here in this game. Absolutely massive farm rate in this game. Once again, is 60 CS ahead of Wizard. As I feel like it honestly Sharp that's sort of been sacrificed for the greater good in this game.
It's really funny to watch. Like, it's chaos theory almost right now. If we just do something that is completely unexpected, random, sporadic, Trident, they reacted poorly, I'll say. Impaired was hyper-aggressive with his gank pathing. Didn't even have any regard for farming, whereas Rippy was entirely for farming. And it came back to bite them because he didn't snowball effectively enough. Now, in saying that, Addition is a 1-0-1, 2-item Cogmore. So if we look towards anyone that can carry this game and hard carry this game, it is a Cogmore who has a massive gold lead.
Yeah, it's always going to be Cog. Addition is very scary on the champion as Dials are going to move in for a dragon here. Should be able to take this nice and cleanly. Fantix was top, does have TP as well. He's hanging out on that top side, clearing out waves. Does have an ulti upgrade to go back and get as well as Pac-Man. I feel like top lane's just having bad times in these games. Both been targeted relatively heavily. As Sybil's starting to get some deep vision down, does pop a ward in and then back himself away as the Rift Herald's going to be the trade of objectives here for Trident.
Yeah, so they pick up Harold. No way for Direwolves to respond to this one, but I don't really think they want to respond either. They're very content with having Fantix sit in the side lane until the Infinity Edge is done.
Sharp actually with help from Rippy. Did forget, but me and Sharp are actually very good real-life friends as well.
Naturally.
So I guess that's why Sharp is okay with him proxying 3 waves. The true measure of friendship. Can I take your
I think
farm?
you rate top lane based off how your lane opponent is going, so Sharp is directly winning lane, if we want to put it in perspective that way.
And Rippy with a red steal. Actually denying it from a distance. Pretty nice stuff. Fantix in top side could be in trouble with Impaired. Maybe going to go down here. Fantix going to flash after him. Does get the crit to the face. Needs to kite back around. The barrels are there. Fantix actually does have enough move speed to get away. And going nuts on the gangplank as Rippy's in trouble here. Does get shut down by Addition.
Rippy dies, but Fantix in a 1v2 manages to get out barely with his life. The keg's enough to speed him up and just walking in weird directions, honestly, save him there. No Lissandra Q is able to connect. The flash was the weirdest and most effective thing that I have seen from Fantix in a long time. Because he flashed into the Echo ult, but it didn't do damage, and he must have flashed at the same time as it. That was something else, as, of course, Rippy just tower diving.
Really wanted to kill Addition.
Yeah, but the execute 320 magic damage from the Cogmore ultimate is enough to pick him up.
Certainly was. Rippy does have a locket, but enough to protect him from that. Jakey's
Got
back
him.
going to get cancelled. Sybil nails him with the skill shot. Is Spawn actually going to weigh in here? Chief Spooks is next to me actually taking notes. I imagine that's on Rippy's Udia.
I think you should do yourselves a favor, Spawn, and rip up those notes. This is a very unique style that no one can replicate besides the man, the myth, and the legend himself.
Well, looking a whole lot more real in this game because Rippy has actually been playing quite well. Did get shut down, unfortunately, so give some bonus gold over to Addition. Probably not where they want it to go. Impaired going to look to fight him, but Rippy will happily fight here, especially with his team waiting in the wings. Not quite in position. Fantix does have Infinity Edge now as well, by the way, so he's massively strong, but still collecting farm. Gangplank only gets better with items.
250 CS at 21 minutes, you know, kind of a big deal. I think he's just buffering his CS stats, and let's just say that there is a lot of them.
Certainly are, as Pac-Man. Level 11. Fantix is level 15. Rippy is level 12, which makes me even happier.
Yeah, Rippy has been farming effectively. He is ahead or tied with the highest level member of Trident, which to be fair is Impaired as well. So both junglers have been putting in work, but Fantix is something else right now. He is genuinely something else. That's another level.
If we see any more of those Gangplank plays that we saw in that 1v2 top lane, the other myth of the legendary Fantix Gangplank may finally see some light here in this particular game as Direwolves still with the lead, trying to take it to Trident, but I feel like the game is sort of on a timer. Trident have many good tools to protect that man right there, Addition. And he's kind of at the jumping off point now. QSS is nice for a bit of protection, but Cogmore, much like Gangplank actually, is only going to get stronger from this point.
That's what it all comes down to, right? Can Addition be a hyper carry in this team? We've always looked at Trident, even when they had BMA on the roster, and we said, well, they don't have a true carry. They've got a lot of strong mechanical players that can all effectively work with a hyper carry, but they just don't have a hyper carry in that roster. Now, it's honestly, the onus is on Addition to step up and be massive. They've got the team to work around him. He's got the champion to do it. And what a game to do it in.
Yeah, this will be quite a fun one here. The final game between Divers and Trident has been amusing so far, but we're only getting to the real meat of the game, it feels like. Yeah, 23 minutes or so have elapsed as Fantix is going to take another trip back to the shop.
No. Is that another Infinity Edge? There you go.
Be.
Yeah.
Double IE.
Yeah. He's going to go the double IE build. Less CDR, more damage.
Oh, Fantix
unique.
collects more damage. Nice latch there from Sybil. Wizard though,
Sybil's
actually going to
dead.
turn it around.
Ooh.
Wild Growth, yep, got a flash. Teleport used there by Trident. Again, Pac-Man a little early on these ports. His game 1 teleports was so crisp.
Yeah. That was just unfortunate as well, though, from Sybil. He threw the ultimate in the middle of the Lissandra E instead of at one end or the other end. And kind of just, yeah.
Well, Raze has to flash out. This could be trouble. Rippy clearing a ward, though. Wizard's going to run
Oh, he's
straight in
in.
for it. He wants Raze. Fantix maybe going to try and turn it around. Raze, he's going to die to Impaired, though, as Fantix will get locked up by the Echo Shop. And Rippy, though, fighting together, trying to take out Jakey as Fantix is somehow still alive. Impaired, they're going to lock him down. Wizard going to get himself a double kill, and this could be a third for Addition. Sharp, very low on health, is going to get chased down by the Cogmore. He whimsies up, but Addition doesn't need many more autos to try and take him out, and Sharp is trapped.
The turret's going to help here. We'll see if he has the shield to get through it.
Oh.
Oh, and now we're just on a journey.
Nice pathing, but the slow does miss. Addition Going to keep moving in with the
He's
Whimsy
gone.
and with Bard there. He's going to get out safely.
Sharp gets out. He's actually going to push top lane, but Trident still get a team fight in their favor. They managed to take down the important members of Direwolves. In this case, the Gangplank.
Oh my god, Addition gets
boy.
lashed in. Sharp going to clean up. And now has to get out from under the passive.
Oh,
He's going to get out of
now
range. He
we're
does
good.
shield himself just in case. And Sharp actually gets Cogmal.
Yeah, well. Sharp gets out, then gets a kill. Sybil and Sharp are now both about to get out, potentially. Impaired is looking aggressive.
Yeah, Impaired wants to chase this, but I think Sybil's a little too quick. Magical Journey.
Wow.
Great phase dive from Impaired. But he gets locked up anyway.
That was insane. he traveled half of the magical journey with his E.
Well, you can see Rosie now weighing in as well. Styles are going to take the Dragon. I'm actually disappointed in the build Rippy is going. I think if he went Zarot, Portal, and Banner, they'd instantly win this game. Thoughts on Zarot, Portal, Banner of Command Udyr?
I mean, it's good, yeah, but he's going standard, let's say. And I don't blame him for going standard, given what he's up against, and that he's subbing in an OPL game. In what I guess is not the support role. He's just subbing jungle and forcing his jungle to be support. I think you would prefer, if you were Sybil as well, that Rippy went standard for the sake of sanity.
I think so too. He's Impaired.
It'd probably still work though. It's against a Kayle.
Oh yeah.
So Banner of
They
Command.
have so much magic damage on Trident's side.
Yeah.
Very hard to clear.
Bard should be going Banner though.
Ooh, ulti. Nearly misses tagging Wizard there. Fantix with the barrels in. Those Dials are trying to siege here. Raze does have 2 items, actually QSS there as well as a nice addition to his inventory.
They should be hiding now though, Direwolves.
Well, instead, actually, Sybil is going to chase Impaired again. Another nice latch there with the Q. Impaired looking to chase. Fantix though. Rippy is going to look aggressive. Slaps it onto Wizard. Good GP ulti. This could be it here for Direwolves. Raze there doing damage to the front line as Rippy goes in for it. Wildgrow pumped in there as well, but Impaired is diving it onto the carries. Fantix though left to free it as Addition does finally kill the Udyr. And Direwolves can't answer back.
No, the Direwolves, they don't get it, but it took an awful long time to take down Rippy. And health bars still favoring the Direwolves. Just keep your eyes on Fantix. They are blinking low.
Oh, Wizard.
There's one.
Doesn't need too much more poke than that. Impaired trying to keep them back here, but I think Dials are going to be able to get the turret. Raze there hitting it in the front line. It will go down. And the Dials, they lose the kill, but they do get the turret in mid.
Yeah, and they actually get themselves up by a decent amount of gold. And yes, Rippy did die, but he's actually the catalyst of that success, given how long it took to get him down, and the fact that a lot of focus was in his direction. Fantix being able to stay at full health with Raze helps with their further team fighting.
Yeah, blue buff does actually go to Sharp this time, so continued jungle pressure there from Direwolves. Continue to hold the lead in this game, but Double IE is now...
Nope.
No, that is Essence Reaver. Oh, I forgot I built that.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, unfortunate. Still good, though.
Oh, well. He's got all the CDRs there. Sharp has spent so long trying to dupe that he didn't.
And now Wizards here. Does pop the wild group at 3v1. Sharp.
He's out.
Yep, never mind. About as easy as that.
Lulu is a quaint champion, is she not, Pastry?
She's pretty fun.
She runs pretty fast. Very difficult to catch.
Fun to play against. Definitely not a frustrating champion at all. Sybil eating damage from Addition. Mercurial almost there for Addition, who's going to go finishing that QSS item off into a bit more damage. And again, scaling continues as Fantix continues his split push reign of terror. 330 CS now at 28 minutes. The man's gone crazy.
Make it, yeah. 337. Just went straight up by another 8 as he casually does this. Now he's got that max CDR build as well with the Essence Reaver. Kegs coming out everywhere. What a scary... I can't believe he's level 17.
Yeah, I know.
Like,
It's just how much...
it's 3 levels ahead of the closest on Trident.
Oh, Wizard. He's going to get out safely. No, maybe he spoke too soon. Sharp going to attack him with the picks. Wizard going to try and do what he can here, but here comes Sybil riding in the magical journey. Wizard going to try and at least make this annoying. Great Bard ulti, though. It's going to lock him in there. Times the Q, does get the slow. Wizard's going to ult himself, and I think Raze might try and pick this one up. Wizard going to try and turn around the polymorphs there, but Raze is going to get it.
Raze does indeed get it. Finally a kill on the board for Caitlyn. And Direwolves, they could honestly start to pressure around this Baron area.
Oh, this is a big collapse. Fantix does actually pop the ulti in. Just needs a couple crits. He puts the cake down. Does get a massive hit onto Pac-Man. And Impaired's diving in for him, but Rippy's going to stun him up. Pac-Man almost going to get one shot there by more kicks. He's forced to ulti himself. And Race is doing so much damage. Pac-Man gets flash autoed as Jakey. Now going to get chased down. Fantix gets a double. And Rippy has never ever done. Oh my god! Addition gets exploded.
Absolutely destroyed right there. As Sybil goes on this wild ride with Impaired, keeps him out of the fight. And Fantix and the Direwolves, with Rippy as their jungler, win a team fight.
That was sick from Direwolves here. Rippy doing exactly what you'd expect. Tank all the damage, dive the turrets, and Fantix goes off in that fight with the help from his team and cleans
That
house.
magical journey, sorry, that was amazing. Sybil took it and got nowhere. As of course, we're going to see this one again. Just keep your eyes on Fantix. Rippy is just dominating the front line, being a hyper tank. But every single time a keg connects, even the flash Q to secure it, the auto attack because he doesn't have the Q up, just so effective. And Rippy, honestly, like, between Raze and Fantix, I think they both crit at the same time. I don't think I've seen a Cogmore explode that fast besides his passive.
That was so much damage, and now Sterix is completed for Fantix, so he's getting stronger and stronger. Percentage bonus attack damage, real nice on the gangplank. 5-1-2 here for Fantix, 370 CS at 30.5 minutes, and the man's not even close to done. Like, not even close. Good
Not
meeting
even,
wave.
yeah. Sterix gauge with the item of choice as well. I mean, like, what can you say about him?
Does a lot of damage.
He knows how to last hit minions so well. You would almost say he's the best at it, statistically, you know?
Yep. It's nice to see him transitioning some of that power into team fighting now, as well as the Direwolves launch ahead in gold after that exchange with the Baron and that team fight. 6k up. Starting to increase that lead. The Baron siege is on. It's a dangerous spot for Trident to try and defend. As always, watch the kegs. Jakey.
That could be a good start.
Ray's could be in trouble, and Paird's going to dive in for it, but he's going to get knocked up there. Great ulti there. It's like Bard ulti's going to combo in for it. Wizard dives in, but that's actually a good time. Great flash stun there from Sybil. He's going to try and lock things down, and Wizard is getting a little too low. Addition's trying to make it happen. He gets polymorphed and wrecked as Ray's going to get the double. Now the headshot's going to kill somebody. No, it's not. Pac-Man, the one to block it and live. But Dial's 2 kills and now a tower.
Pac-Man takes it, and 3 members of Trident limp away with the smallest amount of health bars remaining, but Direwolves now crashing. That's the inhibitor.
And this is going to be 10,000 gold up for Direwolves. A bottom inhibitor taken as well.
They're not done.
But certainly not. The Baron's still there. Death time is about 20 seconds long. The Direwolves might just looking to try and end this game. And they have to dodge keg so well here. Rippy again just zoning away. Fantix does get a keg. One tower does fall. Direwolves, I think, have to back away now.
Yeah, they need to leave.
But they got so much damage done in the meantime.
They absolutely did. That is one of the Nexus turrets that goes down with the bottom inhibitor. That's actually a big deal here for Trident because someone needs to defend bot lane at all times. Thankfully, the double teleports. Imped was the one to kick this entire fight off. And it's weird because as Sybil hits a clutch ultimate, so does Wizard. It's just that the crits, too legit.
Yep, absolutely is Wizard. Going to try and chase down Raze. Sybil there. Raze actually in a little bit of bother. Wild Growth maybe going to get him out of this one. Good start, but now comes the rest of them. GPLT doing a fat amount of damage. Pac-Man, he will get the shot down though.
And they're not done
Certainly
here. Rippy.
Not. Jakey in trouble. Rippy still again keeping them busy. Wizard forced to pop the Zonyas. Bandix just going to shoot him in the faces. Sharp actually is able to get that one. Bard ulti does land onto Pac-Man. Sybil. As the keg goes down, Pac-Man just going to get wrecked by Fantix. He does so much damage right now.
Yeah, that is disgusting amounts of damage. Direwolves, they get themselves another favorable team fight. And that's off the back of Raze actually being caught out of position. The minions crashing in bot lane. They should be able to at least put damage onto this. Who am I kidding? That is so gone.
Yeah, Fantix does enough damage on his own. Sharp, not too bad either. And then it's going to wreck through structures. Don't need Raze, it seems like. Put another AD carry in the back pocket. And everyone on Direwolves is so massive in this game. And Addition, he's got the carry, but he just can't find the positioning on the team fight.
And like, believe it or not, I will say that Sharp has been putting in near the most work in all of these team fights because he's using the W to polymorph offensively onto Addition or the other members of Trident and keep them down. It's what's letting Fantix get the damage. It's what's letting Raze live for as long as he has been, and stopping Addition from doing his damage.
There's a dragon for Direwolves. Dragon number 3, in fact. As Rupee continues to mount massive CS numbers in this game. Going for the Iceborne Gauntlet, now has a Banshee's Veil and the Locket. So again, we've seen the playstyle. Just run through the enemy team, stunning people in bear form.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Rupee is a monster right now. There is no killing him. And once he gets that Frozen Fist, if it even gets to that stage, it is a scary Rupee to contend with.
And Sybil did go, as per your suggestion, Banner of Command has been finished by the Bard. As Addition, looking for Blade of the Ruin King next. 3.5 items is good. But he's not comparing to the damage of the Caitlyn, and especially the GP at this point in time.
It is the Iceborne Gauntlet too. Rupee's just completed that one. So Sticky is now the name of the game.
If he wasn't annoying enough already, let me show you Iceborne Gauntlet dude here. Head trying to keep this wave under control. For the Direwolves starting to apply pressure in the other 2 lanes now. Bottom, of course, will be occupied for a while. Baron up in 135. And Direwolves have such a massive lead that Trident again do have to hold on. Try and get Addition into good positions, but...
Is it safe to say as well that Trident, with their drafting, didn't necessarily respect Direwolves having the sub?
Maybe.
The fact they could have even flexed it. By picking the Kale top as well, it's aggressive. And it's obviously a defined team comp that they have around the Cogmore to keep Cog alive. But they've just got carries everywhere though, and no one to really be a frontline member and help take down the GP.
I feel like of all the... that was amazing. It's Pac-Man. He's going to get aggressive on the shot. Gets low as Udy's busy taking turrets with the rest of the Direwolves. Raze again, setting up those traps. Plenty of brows to fall back onto if Fantix is in the area, although he's busy mid lane right now with his double globals ready to go. Direwolves just a clinical seed at this stage of the game, looking to close things out.
Yeah, and that is a max power GP as well. He's got the double infinity edge.
Oh my god.
430 CS, 36 minutes.
Shaky blocks the Q. He's okay for now, but not for too much longer.
Does he have so much farm?
I don't know.
There's not many red dots on the map.
Direwolves are going to start something here. Ray's getting great damage out onto the turret. He will be able to take it, I think. Does sidestep the Q from Impaired, and now Wizard going to be in trouble there. Sharp's going to move in for it. Good fight there for Trident as the ulti's out for GP. Rippy's massive there with the Wild Growth on top of him. And Dials will now move in for it. Fantix getting low, but he's going to try and turn things around. He takes out Impaired, but Addition's going to get polymorphed up and beaten down. Great KL ulti there, but a very nice Bard ulti from Sybil. And Addition's going to get chased down. He's the target here. Razor's more than enough to clean this up. There's going to be the double as the Dials get the ace, and they're going to take the game. No support, no problem.
And they use a jungler as their support is the scary thing. Look at Rippy. He deserves to have an applause almost, this guy. I can't believe he comes in as an emergency sub. Direwolves, they win.
They certainly do. Take it over 2-1. Thrilling series really towards the end of it, but Fantix finally shows why he's one of the best GPs, if not the best gangplank on the server. Rippy comes up massive when his team needs him the most, and really showing just how much he cares for the team he loves and owns. Literally trying to put them on his back in an OPL game.
Yeah, and say what you want. I think Sharp was honestly the most important member, diffusing Trident in that series. And just honestly, it's impressive that they go back to game 3. They've got Rippy. They just revert to comfort. They put Fantix on his GP, and Direwolves, they take it.
Yeah, they do what they do best and go off, especially in farm. But we are going to break that game. That was a fun series, so let's get a little bit more from the analyst desk.
Thank you so much, guys. And in the end, it is Direwolves taking it 2-1. I want to go back to Champion Select because they sub Rippy in as the support player. And then they pick Udyr. And, like, warning bells, like, they were like Sybil's played it, I guess. But you said yourself, Spooks, like, you had an inkling when the Bard was locked in because apparently Sybil's played a lot of Bard.
Dude, Sybil's actually just a god Bard. Like, I versed him in solo queue all throughout the off-season, and all he played was Bard, and he would dumpster kids, honestly. And then, you know, obviously, the Udyr's just got to go to Rippy, right? Like, he's a one-trick. So.
Yeah. And you said, like, maybe you'll get Udyr support was your hope, right? He gets Udyr jungle. Atlas, how many Udyr games has Rippy played on his main?
Since we have had the OC servers, not including all of Rippy's other accounts and Smurfs and things like that, he's played 980 Udyr games since the end of Season 2.
So he's played a couple of Udi
Bit
again.
of idiot. That's
This is-
only ranked as well, of
Yeah,
course.
and this is what it turns out to be. Turns out, like, both of them were pretty, like, they did their role, but the person we have to talk about is Fantix in the middle lane. What an absolute superstar. Goes absolutely
Ridiculous.
monster on gameplay.
That was out of control. The dude was so far ahead in farm. Not only was he 120 CS ahead, he was like 70 CS ahead of the clock at like 30 minutes in that game. Had 6 items by... I don't understand. Like, Rusty brought this up, right? I don't think there are enough red dots on the map for that number to occur. Like, I've never seen that level of farm at that stage of the game. And he was against a Lissandra and also still managed to, there are so many things that didn't compute with how that happened.
Yeah, it was a really impressive performance out of Fantix, out of the Direwolves in general. Want to throw you something in those Spooks because without being too critical on Trident, that was a good performance. They take them to 3 games. But did it almost look like they thought they'd won Game 3 before they stepped on Summer's Rift? What's the mentality like there?
I guess they're just a bit caught off guard, right? Like, Impaired actually played a very different playstyle than what I normally see from him. He was very gank heavy on Echo, who scales insanely well, like, once you get Runic Echoes. And he forced so many ganks early, and then Udyr kind of just ran over his bot side jungle, and then they just dive bot. I didn't agree with the playstyle to just give up their bot side completely, because you saw Pac-Man on the Kayle, who needs to farm and scale, right? Just got completely neglected and just fell really far behind.
And what did you think of the team comp? Because obviously they first picked Cog, who is a power pick on this patch, but they also give up Gangplank. Is Cog more that good? I mean, you guys run Jinx in a similar vein. Is that something you think is interchangeable? What did you think of the pick ban phase?
Yeah, cool. Well, Cogmore's just insane right now. You can turn into like a suicide bomber in the middle of a fight and generally trade like 3 kills if you get your full like W off in a team fight. I think he's a top tier 80 carry pick right now for sure. And they actually were looking good with that team fight on bot side river, where the Cog got a lot of damage off. But the disparity between mid lane, when I saw that Gangplank was level 17 to the Lissandra's level 14, it felt like it was looking a bit grim.
Yeah, it certainly did look like Fantix's game to win, and that means that the Direwolves will once again jump ahead of the Chiefs in what will be next week's clash with that victory. So let's take a look at the week's results. On Monday night, we did have Sin taking out Avantgarde 2-1 before Chiefs took out Hellions 2-0 in what was a pretty resounding victory. OPL Legend match saw Legacy still triumph over Infernum. And tonight, we had Rippy's Direwolves 2-1 Infernum, which was in what was a very fun game and a very fun set. Never thought I'd get to say that again after Autumn. That was a lot of fun. I think Winter was the last one he played, actually. But next week we have Super Week, guys. There is so much League of Legends coming your way. Starting Monday at 6 p.m., it will be Avant versus Trident before Direwolves take on the Chiefs. Tuesday night, once again, 6 p.m., Direwolves versus Sin, Legacy versus Trident in our first OPL Legend match. And then the Chiefs will take on Sin, and Hellions will take on Infernum on Wednesday night. We do have some clashes for you to watch out for, however, so we're going to bring them up on your screen. These are what we think are going to be the games on the week. On Monday night, it is Direwolves versus Chiefs in what should be a huge rematch. Before the sister team clash, Legacy versus Trident. Of course, they were Legacy Genesis when they qualified, now Trident. And before Chiefs take on Sin Gaming. This is a fun one all the time because Rhymeister, of course, was one of the Chiefs subs before he became a very well-known mid laner in Oceania. And I just want to see how that one rounds itself out. But guys, that's all we have time for tonight. So on behalf of myself, the Desta production team, thank you so much, and we'll see you next week for Super Week.